good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed lineup for tomorrow's finals night. Adam Hunt is already there, of course. He topped the Group A table on Wednesday. Lee Budgeon currently leads the way at the top of the Group B table. So before we turn our attention to Group C, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded last night. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Willie Borland took out this 80 en route to get the better of Fallon Sherrock. It was his only win, though, of last night's session. Well, Fallon Sherrock was the queen of the big finishes. She took out this 1-3-6 to save the match against Steve West, and she was 2-2, her record last night. As for Adam Lipscomb, he took out this 1-6-4 to go 3-2 up on Willie Borland. He was smashing in the maximums, and he finds himself in the middle spot in the group. As for Steve West, he took out this 105 to break Lee Budgeon. He finds himself second in the table, also on 4 points, but with the handiest leg difference of any player in the group. But Lee was hard to budge. 6 points, 3 wins from his session yesterday, and he took out this 160 to get the better of Willie Borland in a deciding leg.
Yeah, thrilling night of action. So many tight tungsten tussles in there as well. Look, players take different routes to get to the MODUS Super Series, don't they? Adam Lipscomb is someone we've seen here before, but how impressed are you by the way that he's adapting to the conditions and also developing each time we see him here?
Yeah, and although there was a bit of disappointment throughout the night, he saved his best till last with an average of over 96, some key finishes at key moments. Yeah, I've been impressed. Yeah,
let's have a look at the league table then, because going into the final game between Lee Budgeon and Steve West, they were both probably scratching their heads, weren't they? Lee Budgeon out on 6 points, despite not producing anywhere near his best darts. Steve West performed really well over the course of the night, only ends up on 4 points though, but maybe he'll be pleased to escape with those, given that he won his last 2 games.
Yeah, after losing his opening 2 and then, of course, going down to Fallon in match 2, you know, he was probably fearing the worst, but the discussion was with him, listen, if you can get out tonight with 4 points, that is the minimum requirement. And you can still qualify if you just pick up the 1 win, but you leave yourself a lot of work to do. But yeah, it was interesting, Budgeon, because he played nowhere near his best. In fact, it's probably his best performance was the game he lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at some of the numbers from last night then. I think it's fair to say Willie Borland was probably the biggest surprise last night because of the way he ended Group A so strongly, showed that maturity that we mentioned last night. That high checkout, though, as we saw it in the compilation, you said how crucial that was, that 164 from Adam Lipscomb.
Yeah, and it just happened to him all night, didn't it? Anything that could go wrong did go wrong, but overall there was some good stuff from him. I mean, the overall average for the night over 85 was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Fallon Sherrock had more than a thing or two to say about that, didn't she? Really impressive over the course of the evening's action. Let's turn our attentions then to Group C, which reaches its conclusion this morning, and have a look at the odds for the action. There has been quite a big shift in this, hasn't there? What catches your eye when you look at that?
Yeah, well, Pete Burgoyne was favourite yesterday, wasn't he? And Ciaran Teehan was right up there. I think Tony Wood made a great start, but just seemed to fade towards the back end, and that's probably fatigue, having played throughout Group A and played a lot of games in Group A. Well, we know he's played 15, but I mean, he's a lot of legs. A lot of his matches went deep, and it just looked like he'd run out of bullets yesterday, but had the opportunity to have a good rest yesterday and should come in fresh today.
And Wawrzewski at 5-4, really impressive the way he regrouped after being whitewashed in his opening game of the day. I think many people feared for him at that point, but the way he recomposed, really impressive. Let's have a look at Aces Acker then for this morning's session. Talk us through some of your selections in this that return 4.33 to 1.
Yeah, Smith over 0.518s in the opening match at 8-13. Wood versus Parr. I think John's race is run, and Tony will come out of the blocks today. Minus 1.5 at 4-5. And Burgoyne to beat Teehan at 5-6, pays just over 4-1, and the Acker landed yesterday, I was reliably informed.
It did indeed. Let's have a look at the league table in Group C at the halfway point then. John Part, of course, on those 2 points, just the one win in Group C so far. What do you think he's going to take from this week, aside from falling down the smoke machine?
Listen, there has been some good moments in there. He's had good spells. The problem you get when you're not used to playing this amount of matches or playing a lot full stop, of course, his career now is in the media. Is just stringing together consecutive legs, and that's where he struggled. But at times, you can see he can still play. But we start with a massive match, don't we, in Burgoyne against Tony Wood. Huge for both of them, and one of them will join Wawrzewski on 8 points.
Yeah, absolutely. And just finally, it took until game 4 yesterday to see an average in excess of 80. The temperature we mentioned, the conditions weren't conducive to a high standard of darts early on, but it does feel a lot warmer in here today. Do you think that will have bearing on the standard we see?
Yeah, there's nothing worse than having cold hands, and you know, a game that relies on so much feel and touch. Today it feels warmer. For some reason there was just a massive cold snap yesterday, and it cooled the building right down, but today it's nice and warm.
Indeed it is. Right then, let's get into our first match. As May said, it is a crucial tie at the top of the league standings. Henry Deacon, over to you.
Hello again, Abby, and hello again, everybody. A very good morning to you. Welcome to Friday here at the MODUS Super Series, where it is decision day. 5 players will join Adam Hunt at tomorrow's finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this first game could set fair a significant one for both of these players. Tony Wood and Pete Burgoyne both on 6 points following their first day's efforts. And so a victory here for whoever can get on top will put themselves on top for that race for those top 2 places here in Group C. Wawrzewski, as you saw at the top of the programme, is the man to beat on 8 points, but the way things are so tightly lock-jammed and congested in this table, anything is possible. Most probably a 4-horse race to make their way through to tomorrow night's final, but you can't discredit Danny Smith and John Part if they get off to good starts to their Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And once again, Tony Wood in one of his resplendent shirts, accustomed to a man who's going to be sat alongside me for the course of the day. Chris Mason, great to be back in your company.
Great to have you back, Henry. Did you enjoy a well-earned little break?
I learned how to turn the alarm clock off.
100.
Well, we start the day with a key game between these two.
60.
It was, of course, the final game of the session
40.
yesterday that Pete Burgoyne won 4-2, but it did look like at that point Tony Wood was running on empty.
60.
Oh, that shirt is a little bit special. Wouldn't be out of place on one of those old gangsters movies.
Got a bit of minder about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's a shout. People say to me, "Oh, them shirts you wear and everything else," and then
40.
they sort of come up with similarities between that, but obviously, no. No, I'm a fan. Nothing wrong with a bit of individuality.
60.
Nothing wrong with being different. You're different, aren't you, pal?
Welcome back to the commentary box.
58.
All I was going to say, final comment on the Tony Wood shirt shenanigans is, I just hope we're getting the weather that he's expecting.
Now, wouldn't that be nice?
100. Pete require 143.
There was a threat of sun this morning, I'm sure, but it's definitely warmer today. It was a cold snap overnight between Wednesday
93.
and Thursday.
Only require 158.
Just seemed to take all the heat out of the building.
40. Feature require 50.
For a very comfortable hold.
34.
Can
Only
Tony
require
have another say in the leg?
118.
Started very well yesterday, Tony. On his opening game 4-0. Then a 4-1 against Danny Smith. Then a 4-2 against John Part. And then just got edged out by Teehan 4-3 in
Feature
a
require
very,
16.
very tired looking match.
Game shot of the first leg, Pete Burgoyne.
And it is a 22 dart to start, but Pete Burgoyne won't care because he's got the opening leg on the board. It's quite fair to say there is room for improvement for both players running those opening leg efforts. But in a game of this magnitude, it'll be all about the 2 points, be all about getting those all-important points on the board. Let's say at the beginning, this is an important one in terms of jostling for position. Both players primed on 6 points. Winner of this one will immediately pile the pressure on David Wawrzewski at the top of the table. He plays Danny Smith next. Well, John Part takes on the other player who finds himself on 6 points. And I think the interesting player out of that pack on 6 and Ciaran Teehan.
60.
If anyone's going to get through that pack and have a day where they can maybe win 4, maybe go through the card, you just expect Ciaran to
44.
be the one.
I think with him, it's the mentality of the moment and how he deals with it. We've seen him brush it off before. He had a disastrous Group A before, and then bounce back on the Thursday and Friday to qualify for finals night and then go on to win it. Of course, the first winner here at our new venue.
43.
Never be taken away from him.
No, he's not left himself too much to do, has he? He's right in the mix. Danny Smith and John Part, you'd think, were out of the race, but
41.
2 points separate the top 4.
Anyone in that top 4 think 4 wins today, I'm in. That's got to be the mentality.
58.
Yeah, you think the first person to get to 12 will feel pretty safe. Tony cannot afford to drop this leg, really.
55.
Give Burgoyne a cushion and allow him to play with a bit of freedom.
59. Tony require 164.
See the Premier League last night, mate?
Did watch little bits, yeah.
Some performance from Izzy Price. Well, this could be some. He's surely not going to go for when he did. I'm surprised.
116.
Some performance from going to win Price in the final. Nearly 115 average. The highest average in the last 6 years of the Premier League.
27. Tony require
top 10 over. I think it's the highest since that 119, wasn't it? I was reading correctly last night. Great to see our Charlie as well do a brilliant job reffing.
Yeah. 2 of our very own up on the stage last night in Owen Binks and Charlie Coulston.
Scott was also there.
Was he? Don't know how I missed him. Oh, that's right. I was working.
Third leg Pete to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there was some. I think the highest average in the Premier League is that 123.4 from Peter Wright, isn't it?
96.
Yeah, they're going against Smith, wasn't it? That's still the world record for televised average, although there's bigger averages elsewhere on streams. Although, to be fair, at one point that could have been 136, and that's just not getting topped anywhere.
No. Yeah, I think he missed double 18
140.
to have set that record. Interestingly, in there is An average of nearly 118 by a certain Mr. Phil Taylor.
136.
And the older, inferior equipment.
Back when the trebles were the size of pea shooters.
96.
You know, some of the best equipment in the world here, the best board in the world in the Winmore Blade 6 triple court.
Yep, not even up for debate
41.
that. I've played pretty much on all of them. And the Blade 6 triple court gets my vote.
133.
Very impressed with the target board. The Aspire that I used in the
95.
World Seniors.
Only require
Nice board.
132.
In a bit of that on the telly over the next couple of days.
Yep, the golden ticket qualifier today. Good luck to all the 50 and overs taking part in that. Chris Murphy is headed up to Blackpool. We'll be doing the coverage on Channel 5
48.
alongside
Speed require 133.
Glenn Durran and
Webby.
Mark Webster. Little trip from Newcastle to Blackpool for Webby.
95.
He was up there last night.
Tony
wasn't he?
require 84.
Sure,
Yeah.
him and Charlie are sharing the Metro together.
Yeah, that's on Channel 5 from 12 o'clock. So a great darting day tomorrow. 12 till 6 on Channel 5.
51.
The Champions of
Speed
Champions.
require 38.
And then we're on air at 7:30. If you want to be here, of course, doors open at 6:30. The Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth
19.
on London Road. You
Tony
have to reserve your
require
ticket via
33.
dartshop.tv. Completely free. No catches. It's free. Talking of threes, it's £3.33 and 33 recurring for a drink. £10 gets you 3 drinks tokens.
17.
Cheap night out.
Speed require 19.
Talking about 33 recurring, Tony Woods has just missed his 4th and 5th darts at double in this match. Burgoyne now wants double 8.
3. Tony
Well, a
requires
chance for Wood.
16.
To break throw and lead. Never, ever looked likely.
Game shown on the third leg.
Some
Tony
dart, that,
Wood.
you know.
Legs won in 21 and 21 respectively, after the first was won in 22.
Fourth leg, Tony to throw first.
Yeah.
Game on.
Well, this theme is continuing from yesterday. All the players, it feels like they're just getting bogged down. Some days you just got to open the shoulders and go for it.
121.
When you're on a stage and you've had some struggles in the past, can you sometimes feel things that actually aren't there in the end once you continue to get bogged down by it?
Well, you talk yourself into it, I think. You sort of get that
95.
feeling and listen, once you can play this game, it's then played between the ears and you just have to try and find a way of playing with ultimate freedom. You watch the real elite guys, there's
58.
very little thinking time. It's all done very naturally. And ultimately, there's no hesitation.
100.
It's done with a certain form of aggression. Short and quick backswing.
100.
He does accelerate through.
Pete's last score was 100.
Oh, it's down as 95, but that will be quickly changed.
Whilst you do have a couple of minutes, let's run the ball then back over last night's Premier League action, because going price again in the winners' enclosure, and it just looks as if we're heading to this point of the season now, and this crucial part of the Premier League season when things really do kick into gear, and it feels like we're finding that going price again that perhaps we saw 2 years ago.
Yeah, he seemed to have found another level. When we saw back-to-back wins for Michael van Gerwen, it's inspired Gezi rather than him sort of have any kind of fear or respect. I mean, it showed that last night. I mean, he wanted to beat him 6-0, didn't he? You could tell he was devastated just to have dropped the one leg. But yeah, for me, they're the top two at the moment. It's got to be a worry for Peter Wright right now, hasn't it? Not just in the Premier League, but everywhere else. He just lost his way, and I think ultimately the constant changing in equipment has caught him out.
I suppose the issue beyond anything else is when you look at what he's got to defend this year, he's got a world match play to defend, a world championship to defend. They're the two biggest things you can defend on a world ranking, and yet he's going into the first of which, the match play in July. I know there's still time to get it rectified in April, but not a lot of time. But he's going into that really struggling for form.
Yeah, he could find himself outside the top 16 in the world. And once you're outside that top 16, you're in a world of trouble because you have to do really well everywhere else. You have to do well on the Pro Tours, the Euro Tours, and is that ambition there? And that's what you got to ask yourself. It's very, very tough to, especially when you've got a few quid in the bank. You know, is that necessity there for him? But we're gonna find out this year because it is a massive year for him. I think it was a great moment for Chris Dobie in front of his home fans last night. He had the full treatment, didn't he? The music, the flags. His little boy was there, who very rarely you'll see at a darts event. Yeah, and that sort of, well, it sent shivers down your spine watching that. The atmosphere just must have been incredible for him. And what a moment in your darting career to do that in front of. So there's nothing like the passion of the Geordie fans for one of their own, is there?
If there was space for it, is Newcastle maybe somewhere in the northeast, maybe the next place if we're looking at possibly moving majors to different parts of the country, possibly moving it up there, up maybe that northeast part of the country, because you saw last night the atmosphere is incredible.
Yeah, and that's their only night a year, isn't it? And there used to be a lot of darts up there. Of course, the powers that be, and Tommy Cox was from that. Well, he was a Geordie, he was from Newcastle, so we used to get a fair few smaller ranking events there, but I can't remember the last time there was anything big there. I think they miss a trick with the Grand Prix. I think by its very nature, it should be taken around the world, or if not around the world, take it around the UK. Scotland doesn't get anywhere near enough events. That's another place that gets, a couple of Premier Leagues a year. That's not enough when you think of the history of our sport in that part of the world. Again, Wales. What do the Welsh fans get? Cardiff, the Premier League. Yeah, and if you could just pick an event, I know logistically it might be a bit of a nightmare, but you've got a year to work on it. You can plan ahead. Start off by taking it around the UK. They're constantly struggling with venues. I don't think the current venues is. I don't think it suits. I don't think it's particularly well supported. It's
57.
It's quite a sterile venue, isn't it? And I just want to see the sport taken around. Give the chance to the fans that listen. There's not a lot of money about right now, and you're expecting people to travel on top of buying tickets and potentially take time off work.
82.
I think it would be a nice touch by the PDC, especially when you look how much money they made last year.
66.
We saw a little bit with that Champions League tournament. I know it only lasted a few years, but they took it to Cardiff for a couple of years. They took it somewhere else. I know, obviously, maybe not that, but at least we saw that movement to different parts 58. Of the country.
Yeah, I mean, it was great 16. That it was on free-to-air television as well, but yeah, it was just a bit of another samey concept, wasn't it? It was like another version of the Premier League. It was,
no score.
It was just not creative, really. It was almost.
Feature required 92.
The BBC were still interested in darts after the BDO ruined that deal with the Beeb, and I just think
84.
and it was just something that was knocked
Sony
up
requires
and
16.
put together, and that was that. Hence it had a very short shelf life. Because if it had done the numbers, it wouldn't have been shelved.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Tony Wood.
Well, this isn't pretty, but ultimately, it's good news for Tony Wood. He needs
Fifth leg
3-1,
to throw first.
and he's
Game on.
within one leg of joining Wawrzewski on 8 points, and that's the main MO
27.
for Tony. Not how you do it. Just getting the results.
No matter how you get the points on the board, as long as you do, because
95.
these two could struggle to the degree they are, but Ciaran Teehan could go on an average 110 in his game against John Parr, but they'll still both get the same points and be on the same points.
21.
Exactly that. And again, you're in this type of game. You're fully aware that it's horrible, and in turn that makes you try harder, and then you start to feel a bit embarrassed. And
140.
of course, it's easier just to be critical, isn't it, when you've not even got anywhere near a stage like this?
42.
Never mind under the lights with the world watching.
Is
Not,
anything
not
you-
entirely, before I get that sort of thrown at me.
Well, the only thing be going forward is how quickly they can
58.
try and get this out the system, because what you don't want this to do is then have a tail effect going forward.
Which is what happened yesterday. Everybody just sort of got bogged down with it. Probably with the exception of
81.
Wawrzewski, he just found a way to win each game and got on with it. Hence the reason he was the player that after losing 4-0 showed that bounce back ability and went on an unbeaten run.
58.
It's so easy to get not just embroiled with your opponent, but get bogged down yourself in a game.
96.
And as we know, the secret
Tony
of this
require
game is
150.
being focused but not trying. May go over to the treble 18.
58. $42. Tony require 92.
And this is to put him on to 8 points in the group. He's going to get luxury of time here. He's going to come back.
$38.
But he's not left it handy. It's going to be a 2-darter upon his return.
$45. Tony
14.
require 54.
And tops. What is it? 18, double 18. No, 14 tops.
Game shot and the match,
And-
Tony Wood.
Tony Wood, by hook or by crook, goes top of the table with a convincing result in terms of the scoreline, if not in terms of the performance. Not too much to say about those numbers, but things should improve. Up next, Danny Smith versus David Wawrzewski.
David Wawrzewski, the man who occupied top spot in the Group C table coming into day 2, having won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday, looking to return there with a win here. Of course, whitewashed in his opening game yesterday. Can he make a brighter start to the day's play, move into double figures in the league table and put himself in a cracking position to qualify for finals night? Trying to stop him from doing so is Danny Smith, who won just the 1 game yesterday. He did lead Ciaran Teehan 3-0 in his opener, but ended up losing out in a decider. Wawrzewski, the 4-1 winner when these two met yesterday, with an average just shy of 87. Smith afforded just 2 darts at double in that one, struggled to carve out opportunities for himself, really. Let's get into this one then with Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. So the man who led the table at the halfway point is in action here. David Wawrzewski in action up against Danny Smith. Well, what we can expect from Danny Smith is some big scoring. That's his tendency of late. The last time he was here at the Super Series, he was struggling quite badly with injury, but now he's recovered from that, or getting in towards that road of recovery from that. He was seeing some physios and some people for that. He played in week 12 last time out, but he's up against the man, as I say, who is at the top of the league table in Wawrzewski, who has just seen his position at the top of the table be pipped by Tony Wood, although, of course, he can go back outright with a win against the man who won just 1 of his 5 games yesterday.
Yeah, David got the better of Danny in the penultimate match of the session yesterday. He averaged nearly 87, despite missing 13 darts at the double, winning 4-1.
85.
He only allowed Danny Smith 2 darts at a double in the whole match. They go 13-8. 41. Danny Smith 4-9. David Wawrzewski, who recently made a quarter-final, didn't he, in the Challenge Tour over in Germany.
46.
You are joining us for the very first time, whether it be on Sporty Stuff TV or our YouTube channel. Welcome along. If you are watching via the YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and don't forget to hit that notification bell. Lots of extra content coming to the channel over the next weeks and months. Murph managed to catch up with Fallon yesterday before her exploits in Group B, where she played very well and is right in the mix. You can watch that on our YouTube channel. Also loads of other content on there now already.
94, Danny require 130.
And give us a follow on our social medias, as that's another platform. We're going to be becoming more proactive and interactive with all of you.
David
at MSS Darts on
143.
Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, all one word. Give us a follow, and if you've got any comments, get in touch. And you can also get in touch with Henry Direct, because you're on that platform, aren't you? Twitter.
Yeah, the kid of the 21st century at H_Deacon Media is Danny Smith takes the opener against Wawrzewski. And so in the space of 6 visits, 18 darts.
Game on.
He did put some good legs together at times yesterday, Danny. I just don't think he recovered from really being in control of the opening match, and ended up going down 4-3 to Ciaran Teehan, but 3 180s in that.
100.
But again, just struggled with the doubling towards the back end of the match. Or what would have been the back end of the match very early. If he's had a cow pie for breakfast.
140.
They sell anything in those shops across the road, don't they?
Well,
60.
Murph was telling me yesterday a delicacy up north is a pie sandwich.
Isn't that just a pie?
Well, yeah, but in bread.
So you're having bread.
Pie sarnie.
65.
Okay.
Well, listen, you've got to try everything once.
Oh,
pal.
absolutely. God loves a try.
44.
One of the
David
delicacies I'm
Rohrer,
not
16.
particularly fond of, jellied eels. But
Game shot of the second leg,
By a
David
mash.
Wawrzewski.
I'm a huge fan. That was a very tidy 14 darter
Third leg,
from
Danny to
David.
throw first. Game on. $43.
Does Portsmouth have their own sort of regional delicacy?
140.
Ones you can mention anyway, at least.
Shall we talk about this in the evening session?
96.
Post 10 o'clock.
Are they not are they not? Is there not like a food that they're renowned for in Portsmouth? Or a
140.
drink or anything?
$58.
It's got to be something out of the sea, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we do have some good fish and that around here. I suppose that's probably the height of it.
60.
We nickel the meat from Scott Mitchell's farm.
Beauty.
190.
few of
David Rohrer,
those.
161.
Yesterday.
24. Denny Rohrer, 124. $100. David Rohrer, 137.
Looking after his own throw here, Danny Smith. Very well. Ooh.
117. Denny Rohrer, 24. Game shot
Looking
on the
after it
third
very
leg,
well,
Danny
mate.
Smith.
2-1. And despite the 98 average of Wawrzewski, Danny Smith still finds his way in
Fourth leg,
front at
David to
2-1. As you
throw
say,
first.
just
Game
protecting
on.
his throw as well as he can. Had to survive a bit of a scare on the back of the 137 in the last leg.
140.
Yeah, really found the 57 tops.
82. 89. 95.
What does David need to do points-wise to see himself into tomorrow night's final, do you think?
25.
12. I think 12, you're almost guaranteed. So 2 wins today, and he will be on 12.
57. 60.
'Discussing the Premier
55.
League and averages, looking at a few stats, and Phil Taylor played in 13 Premier League, winning
99.
6 titles, and played 206 matches, 126 of them. He averaged in excess of 100.
Sometimes
78.
you've just got to laugh at
David
stats like that,
Rohrer,
haven't you?
88.
Remarkable.
63. Denny Rohrer, 134.
Wawrzewski tripled the 137 in the last leg.
114.
Smith nearly took out the 134 in
David
this,
Rohrer, 25.
but it's not to be for the break of throw. And so to level this game up at 2 apiece, 8-8.
Game shot of the fourth
Opportunity.
leg, David Wawrzewski.
Just missed, really.
Fifth leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
do somehow have a level game.
43.
There's still that 10-point gap in the averages. Yeah, looking at the discussing that average last night from Gezi Price, 114.96. The highest is Michael, 123.4, then 119.50 from Wright. Michael with a 117.95, Taylor 117.35. Listen, it's all about excluding
45.
Excluding the one from Peter Wright. It's 5 from Taylor and
45.
4 from MVG of the top 10 all time. Some people question whether Taylor is the GOAT.
180.
I think the biggest surprise there is not to see Gary Anderson in that top 10 list somewhere.
Yeah, his best.
58.
Not too shabby.
136.
113.44. I don't think that makes the top 15.
Ridiculous standard.
76.
We haven't quite threatened those types of figures as of yet here today in Group C, but Wawrzewski putting himself on 60 for a 3-2 lead and a break of throw. Mean he would have the darts in the next leg, and he's going to get 6 from here.
Well, we have had a
Game of the 5th leg, David
plus
Wawrzewski.
in this series, haven't we, from Rob Collins? That's the best so far.
6th leg, David to throw first. Game
That's
on.
our first break of throw, and no surprise, ultimately that void in the
100.
averages at some point had to take its toll on Danny Smith.
60. 60.
Thank you to Colin Harris for those stats.
99.
Of course, you can get in touch with us, all things MODUS Super Series. It is at
41.
MSS Darts is the
Well,
place
you
to
can
get in touch.
with us. Anything darts. Any kind of darts related.
41.
To be honest, we'll just comment on anything.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Well, nearly.
Well, yeah, there's certain things we will straggle away from for obvious reasons.
100. 56.
Coming up after this, we're going to see John Part in action, the 3-time world champion. He takes on Ciaran Teehan, and it may not be too long till we see him in action here.
Yeah, Wawrzewski just a ton away from going back to
42.
the very top of the table.
David, you require 100.
Another huge game after that Part Teehan game is Wawrzewski against Pete Burgoyne.
60.
That's a massive game.
And so Wawrzewski tees himself up on tops
David, you require
with
40.
4-2 win, and to move him onto double figures in this group.
Game
And
shot,
tops
and the
is
match,
landed
David
for a
Wawrzewski.
5th win out of 6 in this group, and David Wawrzewski is the man to beat here in Group C, getting the better of Danny Smith by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 88.5 average, 2 maximums in that match, 33% when it came to the doubles. Danny Smith kept tabs, but it was that inferior average which gave Wawrzewski the opportunities, and duly did he take them. We're going to take a short break. When we return, John Part's in action. He takes on Ciaran Teehan.
Next up, John Part and Ciaran Teehan do battle for the 5th and probably final time this week. Teehan currently leads the head-to-head for the week 3-1 after recording whitewash wins over the Canadian on the opening 2 days of Group A, defeated on Wednesday before returning to winning ways against the 3-time world champion yesterday. As mentioned a little earlier, Teehan has qualified for finals night via Group C before he did so to qualify for the first ever finals night here at the Live Lounge, a night he went on to win. Can he replicate that this week? Well, a win here would certainly help his cause. He'll move up to 3rd with a victory in this one. As for Part, well, he could end up being a party pooper for some today and take on the role of the spoiler. Of course, his second Group A win was recorded over Teehan on Wednesday. Can he record his second Group C win over the same player? Question for you both as we get into this one. You've spoken about players who've graduated from the Super Series and gone on to get their tour cards. Of the players you've seen so far in 2023, who do you fancy to go on and do the same at the start of next year? Question for you both.
Oh, good question. I mean, looking at the way he played to win his week, I think, Classen's going to be a big shout.
Owen Bates for me.
Yeah.
Of the younger generation of players.
Yeah, I really like the way that he conducted himself that way, not just on the oche, but off the oche as well. He's not just got every attribute on the board, the numbers speak for itself, but off the stage as well. Everything that you'd want from a young player, you've got in him.
Yeah, ambition. The fundamentals are good. And he's a nice lad that's always willing to not just ask
First leg,
questions,
John
but
to throw
listen.
first. Game on.
We had Colin Osborne in that group with him, and he spent that week just chatting to him, speaking about his career, and just trying to get as much insight into the likes of
95.
him. I think he had Leonard Gates in that week, Conan Whitehead in that week, so Larry Butler was also in that week as well. So, there was experienced players which he just tried to get as many
43.
nuggets of gold out of.
Yeah, and that's the way to do it. 14-6 in favour of Ciaran Teehan this week in terms of legs won and lost. Couple of 4-0 wins.
58.
Monday and Tuesday before Park picked up a 4-2 win himself, and then obviously Ciaran getting the better of JP yesterday.
36.
What do you think John would have gained from this? We know where his priorities are. That's the CDC tour and the seniors tour, and obviously success and hopefully the TV majors for him.
I think it will. I think he sort of does one or two things. He will obviously be taking a deeper read of where he is than what we can. He doesn't give particularly too much away.
145.
It'll be interesting. What it does, it lets you know whether you've got any ambition left or not. Whether you're prepared to go back, graft,
84.
and find another level. The one thing we've not seen from Phil Taylor, and of course the seniors events now are a good couple of years old.
139.
There's been no real
61.
evolution of his game getting anywhere near where it was, and that tells me there's not a great
29.
deal. Listen, why should he have ambition?
You require 28.
He's not just got the T-shirt; he made it.
Game shot on the first leg, Ciaran Teehan.
That was a leg that Teehan, well, it felt like he wasn't in until the very end.
Second leg, Ciaran to throw first.
Yeah, and it is. It's about ambition, dedication, desire, and playing in something like this. Just does amaze me why Phil, prior to a seniors event, wouldn't say, right, stick me in for a week, or because he would benefit massively from it.
99.
Look what it's done for the likes of Robert Thornton and Richie As. I know Robert missed out on the final on Saturday, but they're going to be prime ready for this weekend.
Well, of all the older players, Richie Burnett, Kevin Burnett.
140.
You know, there's a long list of those that, and may not have had the greatest first week, but then have become annoyed enough to go away and go, right, I want to right the wrongs. They've gone away, come back, improved, gone away, come back, improved again. But again, it shows the ambition that there's a lot of the senior players that haven't even thought about playing in their tour events, which again just shows a lack of ambition, doesn't it? Or commitment.
I'm trying to think of the 8 players. Obviously, we don't know the final player, but I think is it 6 of the 7 already qualified have played in this. Cameron, Gulliver,
Kevin
Adams, Painter, Howson, Thornton.
Yep. Only
140.
Only the one. And you can pretty much guarantee whoever comes through that qualifier would have played a lot down here.
Yeah, we're expecting a big field for that particular event later on this evening.
Yes. But do you know what time it kicks off?
No, I think it's an early evening affair, I think.
Well, when we come back on air this evening, we will keep you up to speed with what's happened and the hows and the wheres.
Third leg, John to Thoreau first. Game on. $57. $140.
Starting to possibly move through the gears here. What can JP do?
99.
Got out of the blocks quickly all week, really.
$100.
Well, the disparity is night and day. There's a 20-point swing in terms of the averages. Ciaran Teehan averaging just a shade over 98. But this is better from part. Second 140 of the match. It's Teehan max in this one.
57.
Still time. Well, from Teehan.
$97. $122. Jean Uruguay 108. $76. Ciaran Uruguay 82.
So for a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all, Ciaran Teehan wants 82 for the double break. Expertly done. 15 data to put him on the edge of a win. That will put him on to 8 points, put him right in the mix. And he has the darts here to get the job done. He's going to have the darts twice to get the job done.
Yeah, he has the double break. Been a very, very tidy start this from Teehan. 17 dart breaker throw leg 1, 15 dart hold, 15 dart breaker throw. Finishing 3 out of 5, 60%. Want to be picky. Anything he's not had so far
50.
Is a max. Are you ready? Here you go. Cancel that.
Yeah, I'm going to be picky, Ciaran. You haven't had a max.
60.
In conclusion of this, we'll see the end of our first round of fixtures for the day. Then we're going to see David Wawrzewski take on
60.
Pete Burgoyne in match 4 of our day. A feat there for Burgoyne really will put his hopes in peril with Wooden Teehan. teeing off in
85.
game 5.
$99. 58.
Inking closer, getting closer towards that win.
$97.
So 6 from here to get him over the line into still a third 4-0 victory against the Canadian this week.
59. $32.
Right, smile because
118.
he's left a bogey. Single 18 for tops to finish a blinder.
98.
Lucky, but he is going to be back. Park can only hit and hope. He can only tee up with Teehan. Left on double 10 for the match and for a 4-0 win. And would severely bolster his legs difference as well. He came into this game with a legs difference of -2. Oh, wow. Double 7. You see the grimace and the shake of the head.
6.
And that is why.
John, you require 32.
Well, it was a great 131 to leave the 32. Well, that
No
is 32, John.
Ciaran, you require 14.
No master out here at the Super Series. Can Teehan master part?
Amazed it didn't split.
No score. John, you require 32.
The average from 96, 97 now is all the way down to 84 for Teehan. Well, he's got a wall to throw against here.
7. Ciaran, you require 14.
Really split this time. After the trials and tribulations of the previous visit, no is the answer.
Game shot.
But he manages to find a way to sneak it in the end. And Ciaran Teehan seals a 4-0 win against John Part, his third of the week against the 3-time world champion. And it puts him bang in contention now when it comes to qualification out of Group C. It puts him on +2 in the legs difference column, 8 points to his name. And following the conclusion of the first round of fixtures, we have Wawrzewski on 10, Wood and Teehan on 8. Well, this is going to be some race for the line. Next up for us, it is Wawrzewski up against Burgoyne after this short break.
David Wawrzewski then, he's really taken the Group C table by the scruff of its neck, hasn't he? Averaged just under 90 in the end against Danny Smith, but there were some really good moments in there from the man sat comfortably at the top of the table. As you can see, they're out on 10 points at the moment. The chasing pack of Tony Wood and Ciaran Teehan on 8 points. Pete Burgoyne, his next opponent, on 6, of course. He takes on Pete Burgoyne, who was well below par in his opening game of the day, averaged below 66 in that one, missing 9 at the outer ring in a crunch clash with Tony Wood. He's had a bit of time to put that disappointment to the back of his mind and regroup for this one. If he is able to get the win, the table becomes incredibly congested once again. It would mean there are 3 on 8, and Wawrzewski would remain out on top, 2 points ahead of that chasing pack. It was Wawrzewski who came out on top in this fixture yesterday, a 4-3 success on that occasion, and with the way he's playing this week, you feel Burgoyne needs to put at least 20 points on his average from his opening game of the day. How will this one unfold then? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Well, that is everything that you need to know ahead of this one between Wawrzewski and Burgoyne. But this is a big one for Burgoyne, because you feel if he loses this one, it's probably his chance over, maybe?
Yeah, well, certainly his chance will be over in terms of winning this Group C. Mathematically, still in with a squeak, but very unlikely. I mean, next up, Tony Wood against Ciaran Teehan. Well, there's an opportunity for either or to pull clear of Pete Burgoyne if he loses this one, which he did do yesterday. It was a tight game.
First leg,
it
David
went all the way.
Wawrzewski
winning 4-3 against the darts. Has the darts today. Was the 8-13 favourite prior to the off. Pete Burgoyne 6-5. Certainly don't expect him to reproduce a performance that we saw in match 1, where he really did struggle. Yesterday, struggled in his opening game and then steadily improved, so I expect to see an improvement here.
Abby mentioned in the intro that probably about 20 points is probably which he thinks that he needs to put on to be competitive here. Do you agree with those sentiments?
Well, if you look at his opening match average of 65, yeah, at least. I mean, 20 points only takes you up to 85. David Wawrzewski averaged 88.5, so
45. Beat your require 105.
Certainly around that point, isn't it? 25 points to compete.
57.
He's doing that here because he's started with 122, 134, 140, and 57 in the scoring phase.
39.
48 after 12.
48.
This goes in. He's put 35 points on his average.
Funny old game.
Because he will be averaging 100.
Game shot of the first leg. Pete Burgoyne.
Exactly what he's doing, and that's a 15-dart breaker throw. Night and day in terms of performance in the scoring phase
Game on.
of that leg, to what we've seen so far from him.
100.
A win here from
95.
Burgoyne, and he will join Teehan and Wood on 8.
140.
Will stay on 10.
$79.
Tell you one thing I have seen is the size of Pete's point.
85.
Big uns, isn't they?
$57.
I think only Mike Norton's got one bigger than that.
$85.
Trust you to bring the mood down, Chris.
I didn't.
I can see that getting clipped up for social media somewhere.
100. Peter require 91.
91 for a 2-0 lead. Oh, that's unlucky. That was in the treble, I think. Well, he gets it second time.
Game shot of the second leg, Pete Burgoyne.
Well, that's back-to-back 15s for Pete Burgoyne to lead 2-0 against David Wawrzewski, and, well, it could make things
Third
ever
leg,
more
David
interesting
to
in this group.
first. Game on.
These two met in January. They're only meeting in official competition.
60.
It was in Q School in stage 2. It was Pete Burgoyne who
100.
the better of David on that occasion. 6-3.
85.
It wasn't a pretty game. Nothing like this one in terms of performance from Burgoyne. Despite winning 6-3, only averaged 77.
96. 140. 180. 60.
mentioned
Peter require 125.
20 points. Right now, he's put 40 points on his average.
$47. David require 156. 41. Peter requires 78.
42 for 32. Gets it. Double 16. It's a great recovery in the
Team
previous
Jonathan
leg after the bounce out,
Burgoyne.
and that was a great recovery. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. And that is a third consecutive
Fourth leg Pete to throw
15
first.
darter
Game
and
on.
a double break of throw. Stunning finishing, 3 from 4.
60.
Well, what a difference a game can make. Him and Tony really struggled in that opener, but this is a far more
24.
proficient performance.
It was more 24 little minutes. Now 24 hours.
100.
Just been given the entry list for that golden ticket
Ooh.
qualifier, which begins at 3 o'clock.
Ooh.
Now, some of the notable names:
100.
Neil Duff, Ronnie Baxter, Tony O'Shea, Leonard Gates, Scott Mitchell are, well, basically Mr. Super Series
59.
himself, and Andy Jenkins is going to be there. Matt Clark, the winner of last week, is going to be
He's going to be a threat.
big threat.
140.
Kevin Dowling, we've seen it before. Mark Dubbridge, your old
He
mucker.
will fancy his chances, that's for sure.
Darryl Fitton, we saw here
Yeah.
not so long ago. Paul Hogan will, well, him in a qualifier.
He is the king of the qualifiers, isn't he?
Darren Johnson, we saw at the
Yeah.
Worlds.
Good player,
Jim McEwen could be dangerous.
for sure. Especially Blackpool, it's like little Scotland, isn't it?
58. David require 137.
Alan Norris also a part of that
And he's been
field.
playing very well of late, Alan. He played really well
97.
last time down here. It was a bit unfortunate in the end. And do we have a start time
58.
confirmed
David
for that?
require
Yeah, be
40.
beginning at 3 o'clock on the dot.
Well, that's my afternoon sorted.
Game shot of the fourth leg, David
Keeping up with the
Wawrzewski.
results as they happen from there. I'll be driving Gob mad. What's happening, mate? What's happening?
So I'm doing that already.
Fifth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's one of the breaks back he needs.
45.
Surprised he hasn't pressed block number, to be perfectly honest.
100.
Talking about seniors darts, there's a website I like to look at
60.
for darting birthdays. I think there's a glitch in the system because it's saying here Andy Turnbull's turning 952 years old.
Yeah, I think that might be
140.
that might be wrong.
That's world seniors, isn't it?
I don't know. It's
100.
The world tortoise seniors.
81.
What if he's still throwing?
140.
be growing.
43. David O'Hara, 156.
So 156 to bring it back to 3-2. Not going to happen this time. So Burgoyne, he's going to get a go at 137 for the match. Something that Wawrzewski in his previous game with Danny Smith
60.
had threatened.
Peter O'Hara, 137.
He was born on this day, and happy birthday to my great pal, Alan Warner Little, former
97.
world #1, of course.
David O'Hara,
and a
96.
colleague of mine. Happy birthday, pal. He was out in San Francisco for a week and then off to
56.
LA. I'm not sure if he's
Peter
gone to
O'Hara,
LA yet or not.
40.
Happy birthday, pal. I doubt he's tuning in. I think he, in fact, he pretty much no laptop, just a
20.
personal phone, and that was it.
That's probably the
David
way to do
O'Hara,
it.
40.
One left.
Game shot of the
Is
fifth
found.
leg,
3-2 it
David
is.
Wawrzewski.
But Pete Burgoyne now with the opportunity with throw to serve it out. It really
leg
would
beat to
continue to
Rovers.
congest
Game
this
on.
table and create a real chasm in the top four and the rest of the field. And then you're going to really see the
125.
Wallace Smith and Park being the players to try and spoil the party, to stop someone from progressing their way through to Saturday night's final.
81.
Mind you can be here tomorrow night. Dartshot.tv, the place to be. I know there is some interest in tomorrow night's finals. No Pompey being at home
96.
tomorrow, so it could be quite some weekend here on the south coast of England. Got Port Vale tomorrow at home.
57.
Nice.
Football Darts Pop World.
60.
Mind you, Abby's being sent up to Doncaster
123.
tomorrow. Over at the Keepmoat Stadium.
75.
Other sportsmen's birthdays today.
140.
Walzer shares his birthday with Archie Gemmell. You're a little bit young for him, pal. Former Scottish legend. Don't know why I'm looking at this.
Peter
I don't
O'Hara,
know
145.
anything about football. No Archie Gemmell, of course.
'93. David O'Hara, 100.
We're looking at a level game. We're looking at another
80.
tops. What to be this time? So Burgoyne is back
52.
for 52 for the match and a full 2 win. It's going to be 2 at double 16 for the match. For the win, double 8. Not to be.
44.
He's had his chances to get the job
David
done. It's come and
O'Hara,
it's gone.
20.
And it's become a bit of a famine for the feast.
10.
Two famous residents
Peter
of, or people
O'Hara,
born in
8.
Portsmouth. Ben Lockrose, a cricketer. And George Smith, a footballer born in 1919.
Game shot and a
Well,
match.
Pete
Pete
Burgoyne
Burgoyne.
eventually gets there. And Abby, far off, she said. He will have to put 20 points on his average, but it was very nearly 20, averaged 83.71 in the end. He averaged 16.567 in his opening game, but more importantly, for Pete Burgoyne, it's a very much needed 2 points. The table now, Wawrzewski remains on 10 points. Tony Wood, Pete Burgoyne, Ciaran Teehan, all on 8. It's Tony Wood, Ciaran Teehan up next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Head to dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night right now. Adam Hunt is going to be there, and by the close of play this afternoon, we will have another 2 names added to that list. All the action gets underway at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night. Make sure you get yourselves down here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, there is no doubt about it. This is one of the biggest games of the day and of the group. In fact, next up, Tony Wood and Ciaran Teehan well in the hunt to qualify for finals night. And you have to say, based on their opening displays of the day, it'll be Teehan who comes into it with more confidence. Aside from a wobble on the doubles in the last leg, that really dragged his average down. It was a really superb display from the Irishman and a much-needed whitewash victory over JP that has made his leg difference column look significantly healthier. As for Wood, he came through in a real scrap to get the better of Burgoyne last time out. He averaged 70.5 in that one. This, of course, their 5th meeting of the week. Ciaran Teehan leads the head-to-head 3-1, and a fourth win over Wood here would put him in an incredibly healthy position to qualify for finals night. Let's tuck into the action then and return to Mason H.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Yes, we're looking forward to this one. As you mentioned, one with huge consequences in terms of this group. Effectively, the winner of this one puts himself in the position to be the challenger in that second spot. Wawrzewski at the top on 10 points. It's boiling up quite nicely indeed as we reach the third waypoint of the morning action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I suppose the question that we asked of Pete Burgoyne in the previous match is probably going to be the same one that we're going to ask of Tony Wood in this one.
Yeah, absolutely, H. When you look at his numbers, he averaged just 70 against Pete Burgoyne in that opening match. Teehan, 81-24 with a 4-0 win against John Part. So Tony will have to put at least 10 points on his average to be competitive if Teehan plays to type. But Teehan in that game, in the early stages, played lovely. In the opening 3 legs of that match, he won in 17, 15 and 15 before a disastrously long final leg, which brought the average down. Well, it took about 15 points off the average.
81.
I like this idea, Tony. Just get it out of the way within the first leg.
123.
Well, they met on Monday. It was a 4-2 win for Teehan in a real competitive game that saw both players average
59.
well over 90. Yesterday, Teehan did the double in a 4-3 win where they, again, nothing in their averages, both
60.
very close to 86. And then Wednesday, revenge. And how? 4-0 for
60.
Tony Wood.
Tony require 141.
Yesterday, it was 4-3.
Game shot on the first leg, Tony Wood.
But that was at that point towards the back end of the day, and well, Tony just
Second leg, Ciaran
seemed
Teehan
to run out of energy.
Game on.
But what a start to the match. 12 darter with a 141 out.
45.
A complete flip-flop of the fortunes of the first game.
Wow. My brain is way too tired to go there, pal. I don't know what would come out of my mouth attempting that.
I hear the dump button would have to have been used.
Just having another look through the Alpha list. Over 80 entries in that
134.
qualifier for the golden ticket this afternoon for the Champions of Champions, which is at Viva Blackpool this weekend. Action gets underway 12 o'clock both on Saturday and Sunday. Tickets available via Viva Blackpool Direct or dartshop.tv.
40.
Or you can watch it on Channel 5. Yeah, just picking out a few names and a few blasts from the past. Shane Burgess also attempting to qualify.
46.
Steve Hine. Another one, Mike Huntley, we'll be seeing soon. Prakash Jiwa. Ian Jones, Wayne Jones.
60.
Eddie Lovely, could well be dangerous. Colin McGarry, another one. Another fabulous player.
68.
Gary Robson, Robert Rickwood, another few players we've seen here. Richard Herring Rowlands, another player we saw here many times. Dennis Smith, Co-Stompy. Martin Thomas, another player we're going to see shortly.
100.
just the thought of Coast Stompy has just got weekly darts cast excited.
Martin Turner, who had
96.
success.
Yeah, Martin Thomas we saw here, didn't we, in the first full week
Martin
here in
Turner.
Portsmouth. Oh, Martin Turner, yeah, we saw win the Isle of Man.
Yeah, he won the big one there, picked up the 5 bags.
You will be seeing Martin Turner here at the Super
85.
Series
Here you
soon.
require 112.
Mouth remains shut. Will the door be shut on the second leg to Tony Wood? Ciaran Teehan cannot take out the 112.
88.
Yeah, so I presume we're going to see a
Tony
World
Require
Seniors Week here
119.
at some point, along with a Women's Week.
We have to get that notepad out of ideas again. How many million this week, Mace?
I don't think we've spent too much this week. Maybe
99.
maybe $500,000.
Here you require.
We'll make up for that,
24.
don't worry. Will Teehan be able to make up for the first leg loss by equalising this match with the double 12, which he can't find, double 6.
12.
What a chance.
Tony
Wood
require 20.
double his lead. At the moment, Tony is on 8 points plus 9, and the player above him in David Wawrzewski is on 10 points plus 7. So if he could somehow manufacture a big win here, a leg difference would give him a little bit of insurance, wouldn't it, Henry?
Absolutely. When it is as tight as this, having any kind of advantage of the leg difference gone effectively means an extra point.
Yeah.
Game on.
They did go 5 to 6 each of 2, and it's hard to disagree with that, really. I couldn't really pick them
83.
or pick either one with any kind of confidence.
We flipped a coin and the coin disappeared.
120.
Well, we did do that gun to my head scenario, and I did say Tony Wood. I just think he's got more of an ability to grind one out if required.
85.
We've seen so often this week already.
58.
Want to get involved? Don't have any comments or questions at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Get involved. Preferably on Twitter
60.
because my right hand man here, Henry, has the Twitter app or whatever it's called.
99.
Keep up with the results from that golden ticket qualifier this afternoon. What's the World Seniors Twitter
47.
thingy?
At Seniors Darts. And you can also follow the action all live on Dart Connect. Every single board, I believe, is rigged up to it. 80 players participating in that golden ticket qualifier.
134.
Also Euro Tour action today. I've just had a look at Dan Dawson's Twitter feed, and he's tweeted, this weekend's executive commentary booth is a gallery kitchen in Leverkusen.
Goodness.
I know Dion Dublin was doing the football last night, but come on.
180. Here in your require 90.
Well, there you go. Well, at least if he's hungry, he can knock some up.
65.
Depends, health and safety and all that. Probably
Tony
won't be able to.
require 46.
Mind you, there's been some weird commentary boxes, isn't there, in the past? I'm sure there's plenty of stories to do with that. As it's double 18, Tony Wood looks for 3-0 lead.
I'll tell you one in a minute.
Game shot on the third
As
leg.
Tony Wood does make it 3-0. Yeah, myself and John Rawling were up in,
Fourth leg, Ciaran to throw
I
first.
want to say,
Game on.
Hull somewhere. We were doing the, was it Hull? Bridlington. We were doing the World Masters anyway.
30.
And it was in effectively what was a changing room that we shared with Anthony Dundas and possibly Marco Meyer. With
62.
a toilet at the end, and we sat in there and had to do. We did every match that was broadcast. The two of us from this hovel.
33.
You can imagine JR's reaction.
Yeah, I can. Good old Lord Walling.
He likes the finer things in life.
58.
There was nothing fine about that experience.
$137.
I was just thinking, sharing a dress with Marco Meyer and Anthony Dundas. I'm surprised that they were never heard throughout the course of that week.
Don't get me wrong, we had a great laugh, but yeah, it wasn't exactly ideal.
100.
And a real random one when we had the Beast from the East, and sadly when down at Minehead the fans weren't allowed
58.
in. Oh, we had to work from that commentary box that was in the main arena that now wasn't being used because of the weight of the snow. Well, of course they had to de-rig to take the weight off of that roof.
96.
So everything was open, and we were sat in the commentary box with massive coats and gloves on doing the commentary off tube.
96.
Off tube from the venue.
Yeah, from the venue. Yeah, it was quite bizarre. Because, of course, there wasn't the time to pick up the comms box and all the wiring that goes with it and take it through to where we eventually completed the
99.
tournament.
Ciaran, you
That
require
was the one that Gary Anderson
147.
beat Corey Cadbian, wasn't it, in the final?
Well, but Owen made the semi-final, though. You'll never hear
Yes.
about that. Hello, Robert. I know he's tuning in.
83.
Tony Wood 86 for the match for a 4-0 victory, which would put him in full command of the group. It wouldn't just put him on to 10 points, but it also put him up to plus 13 in terms of the legs difference bracket. Another one of them leaves himself the bullseye for the win.
61.
And he scared it.
Ciaran, you require 64.
Yeah, he put a 6-leg swing between himself and second-placed Wawrzewski had he hit that ball. Teehan extend the match. Well, there's the start.
No score.
Oh, dear.
Tony
Teehan, who
requires
kicked off his day with a
25.
4-0 win against John Park, could find himself on the receiving end of a 4-0 defeat here to Tony Wood and effectively put him back at square one. But that's in the 18. That's the worst possible return. And so it's going to be the solitary dart down at double two.
21.
It was very nearly in the treble
Ciaran, you
three.
require
That would have
64.
bust, of course.
Well, this was the reprieve that Ciaran Teehan thought he'd never going to get. But he still has to go back to the start of 64. He's going to get a dart at double this time.
32.
Passed it last time, but getting the treble and then the singles 16.
Tony require 4.
But whichever way, he's still not found a way to win a leg in this match. He may not get the chance. He will not get the chance.
Tony Wood.
That's 4 points. Seals a 4-0 win for Tony Wood. And as for Ciaran Teehan, after that 4-0 success against John Park, he is effectively back where he started. Tony Wood, a 4-0 victor with an 82.36 average. Is he now who is top of the group after the top 4 have played 7 matches apiece? To round off round 7 in terms of our fixtures, it is going to be Danny Smith and John Park, players 5 and 6 in the group, going toe-to-toe after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. This next match is a bit of a dead rubber game, truth be told, but can John Part turn on the style and treat us to some vintage JP, as he has done sporadically over the course of the week? As for Smith, we did question before Group C got underway how he'd fare, given that he's not played an awful lot of darts of late. He averaged in the mid-70s in his opener of the day, but one of these two will record their second win of the group in this match. The Canadians' one win in Group C did come in this fixture yesterday, coming through in a decider to pick up the points. To see how this one unfolds then, here's Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. So which one of these two players are going to get their first victories of the day? John Part, 4-0 defeat to Ciaran Teehan in his opener. Meanwhile, for Danny Smith, he lost out to David Wawrzewski in his opening match. So it's a battle between 5th and 6th to round off round 7 of our fixtures here at the MODUS Super Series. Now these two won't be in the race for contention come the end of the day. Ciaran Teehan probably now has given himself a lot of work to do, not because of the points, but more now the legs difference. He worked his way back onto a +2, but now back onto -2. Pete Burgoyne on +4, Dave Wawrzewski +7 on 10, and Tony Wood now looking pretty at the top, 10 points, but that +13 on the legs difference will effectively be like 2 bonus points to him. What's going to happen here then in the, well, what Chris Murphy would like to call the battle between the cellar dwellers,
Game on.
as Danny Smith takes on John Part.
'96.
May have actually saw the intro to this game, the 2 profile pictures, Danny Smith wearing a badge on his collar, a badge with the phrase FFC. It's a local charity around here. It's called Friends Fighting Cancer. It's a football-based charity. They play a lot of testimonial matches and charity matches at places like Havington Waterlooville, Gosport Borough and other local football clubs. AFC Porchester, a local team, big supporters of that particular project.
36.
It's a very, very good charity which has done a lot of stuff for a lot of charities.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Do you ever get a run out?
93.
Mate, do they? No? Well, you're part of the footballing community, aren't you?
There's charity, but giving me one out's probably charity too far. I think Taylor, our scalper's had a bit of
97.
a one out form in the past, if memory serves me correct.
Isn't he a goalkeeper?
Think he's same pair of hands, isn't he, our Taylor?
Don't do a lot of running, really, do they, goalkeepers, to be honest?
To be fair, if you look at him, it's not a surprise.
100. Then he require 100.
He's very tall.
Yeah, he's got good reach. Presume he could touch the
91.
crossbar.
Doesn't even have to stretch, does he?
Good start, Danny Smith. He was a very backable, short priced 8 to 13 to win this one, and
100. Then he
he sort
require
of judged
40.
someone last run out, and wasn't a good start to the day
Danny Smith.
for either player. John certainly did struggle.
Second leg John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, to expect both to improve.
$36. $57.
What John Part has added, not just on the hockey, but off the hockey as well, is that extra layer of North American representation. And you can always tell when the North American players are involved here at the Super Series, especially in those later parts of the session in the morning and especially early in the evening sessions. There is a real appetite for any kind of televised darts involving North American players at the minute. We see it with our viewing figures whenever the likes of Danny Lauby and Leonard Gates are in action here at the Super Series, and you just feel like that region, which John Part started that growth of back in the 90s and early noughties, is just about to really burst, isn't it?
Yeah, the CDC are doing some amazing things, and of course
85.
the interest in the US Darts Masters in the States, in New York. Madison Square Garden created massive media
59.
interest, and the lineup for that has, well, partially been announced, barring the qualifiers, hasn't it?
So yeah, the PDC representatives, we knew Michael Smith, Peter Wright,
100.
Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwen Price were going to be there. They're going to be joined by Rob Cross, Luke Humphreys, Dimitri Van den Bergen, the former champion in this event when it was back in Las Vegas, Nathan Aspinall. And then in North America, Jeff Smith, Matt Campbell, and Jules Van Dongen, the 3 tour card holders from that
160.
part of the world, be invited, as well as Alex Spellman, who is an exciting talent, that is for sure.
140. John, you require
And the
52.
2023 cross-border challenge winner, and then 3 qualifiers, which we'll know more about in due course. It could well be this man. Who knows?
36.
We still don't know in which
Daniel
direction this
Hoare,
second leg is going to
20.
go in.
$15.
Yeah, the CDC has been a
John, you require 16.
massive part of the increase
Game
in
John of the second leg.
numbers,
Jumpers.
having a crack at the PDC from that part of the world. To Satira, a massive part of that.
Third leg, Danny to throw first.
Good friend of
Game
mine.
on.
Actually, I'm planning on, well, I had planned on going over this year to
57.
do a bit of commentary and just go over for a bit of, just to a look really, and see how they do it and get a bit more of a read on the standard, more as a
59.
just looking for maybe a future star out there.
100.
Bit of research. Well, that's what I'm invoicing it as. Not to the CDC, I hasten to add. I'll be doing it off my own back. I do love America, so not going to be too much of a
42.
chore.
Take if we didn't convince the powers that be to send it out to New York for a week. We're spending money again, Mace.
Oh, no.
140.
I am tempted to go. Just to go and watch it. And Madison Square Garden, of course, is my massive interest in, but I've been there before at Madison Square Garden. For
85.
obviously the historical home of boxing.
100.
Yeah, that was a terrific event last year. I'm sure it's going to be a great one this time round. We also heard news about the Poland Darts Masters, which we'll get into
45.
in the next leg,
Danny
because
require
Danny Smith here
104.
Yeah,
set
I
fair
am
104.
covering that one. I get to do that, but not New York. Go figure.
$52.
Yeah, that's taking place in Warsaw on July the 7th and 8th.
Live on ITV4. And if you're outside of the UK,
121.
on
Danny
DAZN.
require 52.
also on
Game
PDC
shot on the
TV
third leg.
and
Danny Smith.
maybe Viaplay in certain countries, I think.
I'm sure as of yet, I don't think they've confirmed 100% the
Fourth
TV
leg,
range. Obviously, it was
John
only announced
Roper.
yesterday, wasn't
Yeah.
it? The
Game on.
Well, it's definitely on
event.
ITV4 anyway, I know that.
You know firsthand.
Yeah, well, I was due to be here, so I've got to
120.
try and find a bit of cover.
Don't look at me. I'm at Silverstone that weekend.
Are you?
Yes.
You lucky man. You've been to the Goodwood Festival of Speed?
I've not, but that is
That's
on
That's
the
my, yeah.
that's on the tick list.
Well, it is shown on ITV, isn't it? But it's done by a different production company who just sell the production back to ITV, because I was sort of seeing if I could wangle a
134.
media pass and stuff, but
Get you and Lord Rawling on it.
yeah, but I've not quite managed that, but I've not given up hope.
99.
is alarmingly expensive to go to. But wow, what a place! I've been there. Unfortunately, not when it's the Festival of Speed weekend. But
100.
Lord March's property, of course.
Try and tap up David Croft for some tickets, maybe.
Crofty, I didn't even think of Crofty.
John Yorkshire 147.
That's a great shout. Well, Croft is tuning in. He'd be thinking, oh no. Here we go.
Lights out and the way the money goes.
143.
Crofty, of course.
43.
Used to do the darts at Lakeside,
John
didn't he? And then
68.
went on then to do the PDC events on Sky. He hosted it, didn't he, as well? Presented, commentated, wrote the theme music.
Basically did it all. Worked alongside this man
52.
for a lot of years.
Then
Yes, he did.
Yorkshire 100. 60. John Yorkshire 16.
For two apiece. Double four.
Game shot of the fourth leg, John Pert.
Level we are at two apiece in this one.
Fifth leg, Danny to throw first.
Smith with
Game
the
on.
darts in the fifth. Yeah, going back to that Polish darts masters, or the Poland darts masters, to give it its proper title, as Danny Smith fires in the
180.
first maximum of this match. It's going to see 8 players of the PDC, 8 East European representatives. The PDC players are going to be Smith, Van Gogh, Price, Cross,
58.
Humphreys, Danny Nobbert. Good to see him and get a full run out of the World Series. Van der Berg and Aspinall, with the East European qualifiers being Krzysztof Wawrzewski,
70.
Krzysztof Kachuk, Radek Cyganski, Boris Kretschmar, Karol Sedlacek, Adam Gavlas, and a qualifier from both Hungary and Poland.
Excited about that one. A new territory, of
123.
course, for the PDC. But so much local interest there.
137.
Of course, Ratajski being the front runner of that, the Polish Eagle.
39. Danny Yorkshire 114.
Poland, of course, more synonymous in terms of sports with speedway, isn't it?
Yeah, some very famous teams, isn't there?
58.
And some amazing riders. Scott Mitchell, a huge speedway fan, isn't he?
He loves it, doesn't he? Should we get him on speed dial before he plays to qualify? Get some Polish speedway knowledge. There's your research over the Poland Darts Masters sorted.
140. Danny Yorkshire
In fact,
56.
I was at a speedway meeting as a guest of Sky
Game shot of the fifth
back
leg,
in the day,
Danny
and
Smith.
I ran into Scotty Dog, who was there with the local speedway team.
Six leg John to throw first.
To him, the
Paul
Sports
Pirates.
Game on.
Paul Pirates. Well done, pal. Got me out of a hole there. Best leg of the match, that one, from Danny Smith. 14 dart hold, everything going with the darts so far. He's
137.
averaging 91.1 here, Danny Smith. 83.1 for John Parr.
58.
There's little to choose between them in terms of leg score. John looking good to level.
99.
Though I do wonder whether the next territory for a World Series, I don't know about you, but I've got a feeling Belgium cannot be
100.
too far away.
Yeah, they've got a Euro Tour, of course, over there this year. Yeah, the darts has really taken off over there. Mainly, of course, instigated by Hybrex and, of course, Dimitri now.
87.
But the viewing figures, especially when you think about the population size of Belgium, have been
58.
massive in terms of percentages of the population. So there's definitely an interest there. So yeah, I won't be surprised to see one land there.
94.
And a couple of years, didn't we, where the European Championship was over there. It's probably the right tournament, but the wrong time for Belgium, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd put a world. I mean, obviously they know more than us, but I thought maybe a World Series in
84.
in Spain, possibly someone like Benidorm, because it has the right kind of demographic, doesn't it?
And also, you're thinking, yeah, let's have the holiday.
Yeah.
44.
Incidentally, if anyone wants to host a Super Series for a week in Benidorm, please do get in touch.
Well, preferably Vegas or
59.
Oh yeah, if someone at Caesar's
Maldives,
Palace wants to get involved.
Saudi, anywhere like that, it's fine.
Yep, Gold Coast.
Game shot of the six leg, John Pert.
A golden opportunity for one of these to pick up their first
7th
2
and
points
final leg,
of
Danny
the day.
to the Rovers.
16-dart
Game
hold.
on.
We'll go to a decider. Who's going to blink first?
44.
It's Danny Smith, only 44. John Park defy the odds, not for the first time.
Come up after this, Ciaran Teehan against David Wawrzewski, and that's a big game for Teehan. He has to win, basically, that one.
Yep.
125.
Burgoyne faces Danny Smith. And then completing our third cycle of games, it'll be John Park against Tony Wood.
125. 100. 59.
Real chance to put a gap between himself and John Park and just give himself a bit of breathing space, a bit of a cushion. Yeah, got to come down. Oh, can't leave the finish now.
47. Danny require 132.
6 darts if needed. Well, I'm surprised he's gone that way. His Park back on 212. I've been thinking a steady ton personally.
104.
Double 14's all right if you're Mensa Silovic. Typically John Park's a
140.
say pop in a max.
Then he required 28.
He sensed the blood there, didn't he? Smith looks a double 14 for the match, for the win, and it is his second win of the group as he gets the better of John Park in a last leg decider. Both players know this is going to be their final day of action here at the Super Series today, and it is Danny Smith who has run out the 4-3 victor in the battle between the bottom two in the table. Will be heading back to the race for qualification for finals night after this short break when Ciaran Teehan is in action against David Wawrzewski.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny Smith has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of John Part. We can have a little look at the league standings because things are getting very interesting at the top of the table. Of course, it's Tony Wood who's out on top at the moment thanks to his superior leg difference. This one could go down to the wire, couldn't it?
Yeah, and that's why it was important, the 4-0 win, because it's given him a 6-point swing in terms of leg difference, although they're both on the 10 points. But a huge game coming up next between David Wawrzewski and Ciaran Teehan. You'd think it's a must-win game for Ciaran Teehan.
Yeah, absolutely. Tony Wood as well, able to grind out the wins this morning despite not being at his best, particularly in that opening game of the day. And that's really what's needed, isn't it, on these days?
Yeah, it's been part of his play all week, hasn't it? He's when he's not been at his best, he just keeps finding a way to win, and that's the secret in these round-robin matches, is when you're not at your best, just try and nick them 2 points, because it makes all the difference. How often have we seen players miss out by the odd leg or the odd 2 points?
And of course, we've seen Ciaran Teehan in action here in Group C, and of course A, and Willie Borland as well, who's competing in Group B. When players like that, still very early on in their careers, when they do progress and when they do graduate onto the PDC circuit, of course, they've both been there previously, but we are going to see players, aren't we, with more resilience going onto the PDC circuit because of what they've endured here at the Super Series.
Yeah, but I think that's very much a learned thing. You have to go through it and put yourself through the ringer, and then you come out the other side and you have time to reflect. You think, and especially the beauty of this, you can watch it back. You can see yourself going through those emotions. You can see your body language, and you learn from that.
Yeah, very unpredictable day of action here so far, I think it's fair to say. But one thing we want to focus on, because we saw it 3 times yesterday, players coming from 3-0 down to go on and win. Of course, Fallon Sherrick did it back-to-back in Group B last night, and Ciaran Teehan, who's in action next this morning, did it in his opening game of the day yesterday against Danny Smith. So let's have a look at some of the comeback kings and queens of the MODUS Super Series. Mike Warburton and Martin Adams, of course. Wolfie has been in action so many times here previously, but they've both done it on 5 occasions. That's some record, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting to see how fewer times it's happened when you think of the amount of matches we've played here. But yeah, that was stunning from her last night to again do it back to back. Like I said, we've seen it happen in the session, but not by the same player and not in back-to-back matches. But all credit to her. She played very well on both occasions. Had a bit of luck on one occasion, that's for sure.
Yeah, amazing that we saw it 3 times in total yesterday when you look at how infrequently it actually happens. But coming back to this afternoon's action, David Wawrzewski, as you mentioned, up next against Ciaran Teehan. They've both had similar starts to the day, haven't they? They were the standout performers in the opening round of games, but their level dropped off significantly in their second matches. Why do you think that is?
Just about thinking about table position, isn't it? You sort of can see what you need to do. You're almost within touching distance, and that comes with a little bit of pressure.
Who do you see coming through this one? You can whisper it if you want, because they are just behind us.
Well, you can make a case for both. I think it's a coin flip game.
Right then, let's get into it. Henry Deacon, over to you to pull out his splinters.
Splinters at the Super Series. That's unlike Mate, isn't it? I will try and get an answer out of him when it comes into the safer environment that is the commentary box, where the players can't hear and see every single word or action that they do. Anyway, Ciaran Teehan up against David Wawrzewski. Big game. Well, they're all big ones now, aren't they? They're involving the top 4. Tony Wood, the man at the top of the table. You sense that he's the one in pole position now, just because of the legs difference more than perhaps the points on offer. Of course, the 10 puts him in a great position. But for Ciaran Teehan here, you just get the sense that this is almost last chance saloon territory for him. Defeat here, and it would open up a 4-point gap to Wawrzewski, who'd move on to 12, and in a very promising position to then go on and progress his way through the group. You then see Tony Wood in action up against John Part in a couple of games' time. And the task would just become ever so difficult from there. He'd have to win every single game from there on in, and he'd have to hope and rely on favours. Well, Chris, have you got rid of those splinters?
Well, it's not really splinters. It's neither have been convincing enough
85
in victory or defeat to make any real educated
94.
opinion. Ciaran Teehan winning 4-0 against John Parr with a
100.
an 81. David getting off to a winning start with an 88. But then lost
43.
4-2 with a 76. And then Ciaran getting done 4-0 with a 71. It's such a mixed bag. It is really hard to make a call on either.
Which is perhaps why it's not a surprise when you see the bookmakers put them 5 to 6 each or 2.
Well, there you go. Hence, I'm not having none of it.
I think this was a legs market match, personally.
Yeah, lots of them.
Level 16.
79. David Roy, 167.
This is for a breaker throw, but it is a big one, and it isn't going to be taken. And so Teehan returns for 2 8s
Here in Uruguay, 16.
to take the opening leg in the space of 16. It's been a positive start from the Irishman, the high tower. Don't think you need me to explain why he's called that.
Game shot of the first leg, Ciaran Teehan.
There is a bit of a worry that if Ciaran Teehan wins this week, I've got to do the interview tomorrow night on the stage.
Second leg, David to throw first.
We'll
Game
get
on.
you a box to stand on.
You can get me a step ladder.
140.
We actually had the didn't we, a couple of weeks ago with John Taylor, where because of, even though I was out of vision, they had to move me along to make the actual camera angles align.
David on this tie
81.
yesterday. Full zip.
$140. 121. 81.
This is, of course, our first game of the third of 5 cycles of matches.
133. 55. David Roy, 26.
Got the luxury of time here. Does that begin the thought processes for David Wawrzewski?
10.
Indeed, it does. He decides to split, lower start in hand to leave himself on double 8 upon his return, with Teehan all the way back on 195.
I like that play.
57.
Good board management.
David Roy, 16.
Interested spectator upstairs.
Game shot of the second leg.
Steve
David
West, who's
Wawrzewski.
decided to come in and watch a bit of the action.
Did he not go to bed last night?
I did ask him a similar question.
Well, 2 players head back to their tables ahead of the start of the next leg. Well, coming up from 12 o'clock, it's the next of the Euro Tour action. They're heading to Leverkusen in Germany for it. Dave Chisnell, the winner of the first Euro Tour event of 2023. But who do you fancy in this one?
I don't know if I knew.
I've just thrown you right under the bus.
Yeah, I don't even know what the draw is, mate. I'm not sure. It's Gerwin Price in it.
Let's have a look. That's right. So day 1 latest. We're going right. So today's action. Let's talk about today's action. Willie O'Connor
There is
gets
some
the action.
big names in it today, isn't there?
There are some big names in it. Jose de Souza came as the last-minute replacement. Later on this evening, you've got the likes of Chris Dobie in action, James Wade in action, Bunting Gurney in action.
Game on.
So unusual on day 1, isn't it, to have that kind of Barneveld's in there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he plays Philip Sebesta.
96.
You've got a couple of our players who played in this series here at the Euro Tour this week. Andy Bolton plays in the last game of the afternoon session. He takes on the resurgent Luke Woodhouse in the final game there, whilst John Henderson, who of course won week 12 on his debut here and played so well in the process, well, he's got the tough assignment of Jim Williams, who's playing some really good darts at the minute.
Yeah, he's been outside of the obvious ones. He's been the player of the season so far for me, outside of the elite.
117.
And going into the draw of the seed tomorrow, you've got likes of Dave Chisnell, Danny Noppert, Damon Hetter, Johnny Clayton, Michael Smith, Gerwin Price, who is going to be a very,
60.
very good shout there. But he's got to play one of Christopher Tyson and Bradley Brooks in the opener. Michael Van Gogh could potentially play Raymond van Barneveld in his first game. Dimitri van den Berg potentially could take on James Wade. More and more I read this, the more and more brutal it gets.
Is that the actual bracket you've got there?
That is the tournament bracket, yes. That's the second round
81.
draw.
Ciaran, you require 66.
As Chris has a little look at that, we're going to have a little look at Ciaran Teehan taking out possibly this 66. If not, Wawrzewski is back on 80 to open up a 2-1 lead against the darts. But as we have it, it's Ciaran Teehan with the holder throw in the space of 15 to open up a 2-1 lead against Wawrzewski.
I'll go Luke Humphries from the
Fourth
bottom
leg,
end of the
David
draw.
Thoreau first. Game on.
Gezi Price from the top.
92.
We'll have a bit of that in the final. Won't be long till we see you on the what Dan Dawson proclaims as the greatest tour in all of
31.
sport.
He's not wrong.
60.
I think going throw so far in this one. Yes, I'm out there the
41.
end of April with Mirth. And Dan, very much darts Dawson.
94.
Surprised he hasn't changed his Twitter tag to @darts chase tag Dawson. Or Dan chase tag Dawson, not darts.
Yeah, many of you may not know he's absolutely massive in America due to that
140.
program. He's just come back, hasn't he? He was out there for over a week recording Chase Tag, which is, well, taking
56.
the world by storm.
Well, if Arnie's involved, then it's going to be big.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it coincided with the Arnold Classic, didn't it? While Dan was over there.
140.
And he's going to be joined by Dan McCarthy and Colin Lloyd in the comms box. We saw him a couple of
Ooh.
weeks ago, didn't we, at the
Yeah.
Premier League?
159. Here in your require 149.
I think it's a nice aspect to the Euro Tour this year. They're bringing in a
38.
real nice
Here in your
variety
require
of
40.
commentators and ex-players.
Game shot on the fourth leg, David Wawrzewski.
I think it adds a nice dynamic and
Fifth leg, Ciaran to
gives
Thoreau first.
another view,
Game
doesn't it?
on.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of new faces from the programme make their way into the commentary box over recent times. Obviously, just here, Matthew
100.
Edgar, Glenn Durrant, Scott Mitchell. Obviously, seen a lot of Corin Hammond. We're going to see Corin tomorrow night.
Yes, I have the pleasure.
98.
Hope we can get through this session without swearing. I'll be amazed.
Here's a question for you. Who would you like to see have a go at the commentary
140.
out of players we haven't seen so far? Have a go at it.
43.
I'd like to get an insight into how MVG processes a game. In fact, probably any of the elite players, just to
121.
find out what makes them tick and to watch, especially
100.
them
Hearing
commentating
you
at
require
this level to get their
140.
spin on it. See if they actually can remember where they were at this time in their career and see how they think about it. And yeah, I think that would be interesting. I think any of them, Gary Anderson, Gezi,
100.
MVG, they're all quite outspoken as well.
Oh, Gezi would be the Roy Keane of darts punditry.
40. Hearing you require
Yeah,
40.
maybe. I don't know. He's actually he's quite quiet when you
Game shot of the
when you
fifth leg,
socialise with him.
Ciaran
He's
Teehan.
not what you would expect. It is very much that's a persona he takes on
Sixth
when he
leg,
plays
David
darts
to
to
Rovers.
make him
Game
competitive.
on.
And I suppose when you think about it, when you play such a violent game as rugby, it's a bit like boxing. You can't be the same kind of person. You just got to hit a switch. Not only that competitive switch, but it's almost a safety net switch. You can't play rugby sort of half.
You go into a tackle
41.
half-heartedly, then you literally come out with a broken leg.
Yeah. I think Gezi has that game face ability that, you know, it's game on and he switches on and he plays darts very much like that.
83.
Doing him too bad at the minute, is it?
Oh, played all right last night.
80.
Didn't hit a ball for a 10 darter to win the match, though, did he?
He did have 2 10 darters though, didn't he? They have tops after 10 twice and hit it.
42.
Those cheeky little treble 7 141s to leave tops after going 180 140.
60.
Put it this way, he's not a bad dart player for a rugby player.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's done all right in the game, hasn't he? This is an all right visit.
140.
Puts him first to finish in this leg. Just put him on the cusp of the match.
125. Hearing you require 136.
But pressure on by Wawrzewski, who has the darts here in the 6th.
Aspinall, another one I'd like to hear have a go at comms.
58. David, you require 95.
Double 8.
Game shot of the 6th leg, David Wawrzewski.
That's the way to level things up. The finishing in this one, Henry, has been very tidy, considering a lot of the shots have been in pressure situations.
Final leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
No more so there, as Teehan was waiting on 78 to win the match.
60.
He must have thought after that 140 left him on 136. He must have thought he's going to get a go. He's going to get his chance. He never did in the end.
100.
I mean, got a dart at the double. He needs a couple of trebles here after coming up dry in his first visit, and suddenly this leg looks as if it could be planted into the leisure now of David Wawrzewski. If he can find a treble or two himself here. Indeed he will.
100.
He is just coming up clutch in the moments he needs to.
$43. 100. 25. 100.
Oh, this would be for the perfect 15 to seal the win for Wawrzewski. That would put him on to 12 points, put him in pole position in the group, and to
100.
pretty much dash the hopes of Ciaran Teehan to qualify for tomorrow night's final. Wawrzewski wanting 101 now for the match.
David, you require
6 at it
101.
if needed. 2 12s.
89.
I would pray for 140 right about now. Harry would pray for one right about now.
140.
Well, there's pressure now.
David, you require 12. 6.
Pressure applied.
Yeah, it was just enough, wasn't it, to
Ciaran, you require
plant
40.
the seed of doubt.
How huge could those darts at double 6 be? Seismic, because it keeps Ciaran Teehan in contention to qualify through Group C. David Wawrzewski had 3 darts in his hand at double 6 for the match. He had another one at double 12, and Ciaran Teehan gets over the line by 4 legs to 3 with an 86.73 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It is a deciding leg win for him, which could well prove decisive. It's 3 players tied on 10 points at the top of the group. It could be a 4-way split after this game, because Pete Burgoyne is in action against Danny Smith.
So then, another huge game up next for Pete Burgoyne to keep pace with the 3 players currently on 10 points. He got off to the worst possible start in terms of performance level this morning, didn't he? But put almost 20 points on his average in his second game of the day to get the better of the favourite to win Group C coming into today's action in David Wawrzewski. But could Danny Smith act as a bit of a spoiler in this one? Of course, got his second win of the group last time out over John Park, coming through in a decider with statistically his best display of the week, averaging 86.7 with 40% checkout success in that one. To talk you through match 8 of 15 then, let's hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, big game for this man here, Pete Burgoyne. This man here could just be a spoiler.
As we mentioned before the intro to this, Pete Burgoyne, if he wins this, we'll have a 4-way tie at the top of the table on 10 points. And then the ball really is in Tony Wood's court then, because if he gets a win against John Part, he moves on to 12. Okay, only 2 points clear of the rest of the field, but with 2 games remaining, plus the legs difference
First
that
leg,
he's
Pete
got,
to
he'll
throw
feel as if
first.
he's got
Game
about a
on.
foot, and maybe if not more, into the final.
100.
And again, winning is essential, but winning big is
85.
equally as important for Pete Burgoyne. He's on 8 points plus 4. Tony Wood on 10 points plus 13.
60.
Nearest rival is 7 adrift in David Wawrzewski, who's on 10 points plus 6.
140.
Ciaran Teehan, incredibly, on 10 points minus 1.
And what will annoy him more than anything is he got his legs difference back up
140.
by beating John Part 4-0 and then sent it back to where he began by losing to Tony Wood by the same scoreline. And that is why Tony has such a big... Well, he's dropped 1 leg so far
100.
today as Tony Wood, out of a potential 8. Well, 9.
105.
Some effort gone into the shirts of both players.
100. Peter Wire 96.
Obviously, Desperate Dan, the nickname of Danny Smith.
78.
Yeah, the shirts.
Danny
have
Wire 76.
certainly had some work put into them.
56. Peter Wire 18. Game shot of the first leg, Pete Burgoyne.
Dublin could do with a little bit of work, but Pete Burgoyne gets the opening leg on the board, leading Danny Smith by a leg to 0.
Second leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
17 dart leg there. And 6 visits.
Don't forget, if you
51.
want to keep up to speed with everything regarding the MODUS Super Series, give us a follow across our social medias.
58.
Facebook, Instagram or Twitter. Constant updates across those platforms regarding
137.
players, results. Sometimes some footage of
134.
any exciting moments.
Sometimes the odd outtake here and there.
140.
Yeah.
We do have them. Dare we say it?
We're always live.
We are always live. That's part of the issue.
99.
Anything can happen. Literally anything happens here, especially in this commentary box.
Do you think he is the most creative shirt? Would you say it's that Evil Charlie
57.
one?
I was going to say, Carol Sedlacek has got to be up there, hasn't it? Sounds, it's the subtlety of it as well. Like some players, they'll just smash a load of colours together and think, oh, this is creative, and oh, it will stand out. But actually, it just looks rubbish, doesn't it?
46.
But that was actually
Danny
thought
Wire
in its own insane
116.
way. It was thought through, wasn't it? I actually quite like Danny
76.
Lalvy's because it's
Peter
got a
Wire 164.
testament to his musical roots and things like that. It's got all the
Yes.
disc vinyls and all the musical notes on it.
Yeah, I like that
57.
one.
Danny Wire 40.
Level game.
Game shot
In
on the
it
second
tops.
leg, Danny Smith.
2 holds of throw. 1 in 17, 1 in 16. 15 dart hold for Burgoyne incoming.
Third leg, Pete to throw first. Game on.
Big game here because defeat here for
95.
Burgoyne can see him Burgoyne.
Yeah, it would leave him with a lot to do.
100.
And at the completion of this one, Burgoyne will only have 2 games to
27.
play, so only the possibility of 4 points. 3 players above him, all on 10. He does have this game in hand.
100. 60. 57. 47. 140.
So we're awaiting the first max of this match.
Yeah, timely 140 as well. Because now Danny Smith did have a huge advantage. Still has
Danny require
a big
104.
advantage to get the first break of throw. He was looking at the full 16s and tops, wasn't he?
48.
Full 16s, of
Speed
course,
require
64.
132.
I spoke about his big point earlier, because it would have made the route to the
56.
bullseye from there if he found the treble rather obscured. Well, a little bit too good, Danny. So it leads him up for double
He's
12,
on the
finds
third
a double
leg,
12.
Danny Smith.
Why get one double if you can get two for the price of one? Why not?
And a break of throw.
Don't apologise, Danny.
Fourth leg, Danny.
He's looking at
to
himself and
throw
thinking,
first.
how, why, what,
Game on.
where?
And Pete Burgoyne was waiting on 68. Probably thinking to himself,
82.
please give me a go.
100.
You just felt that when he knew that his chances of qualification weren't really going to be there, that Danny Smith was going to embrace the role that
92.
Spoiler would provide for him. Because, of course, even though he can't qualify for tomorrow night, his prerogative will be to make sure that he does enough in the
81.
eyes of the selectors of this competition to return for a stint in Series 4, which begins in May.
Yeah, everybody gets the benefit of the doubt and at least a
100.
second bite of the cherry, just to see if, and then, yeah, just to see if they are more comfortable the second time round. And then, of course, as players improve, you've got to bring them
60.
back.
Of course, the pool of players that we pick from here at the Super Series is continuing to improve and evolve as the
100.
series go along, and you will find out more about that in the weekly lineups to come.
Yeah, well, after next week, I think we're approaching 250 different
140.
players
Danny
across the
require
past
127.
24 months. Which, considering
80.
all the restrictions
Speed
and
require 120.
issues we've had, that's not a bad effort. At one time we were restricted to just UK players, of course.
Game shot of the fourth leg,
That's a
Pete
great
Burgoyne.
120 from Burgoyne to break back in 15.
When you think about the early inception weeks, because of
Fifth
those
leg,
restrictions,
Pete
it was
to throw first.
pretty much the same players by and large. Most of the, especially
on.
those first few weeks when we had no referee, it was pretty much the same pool of around about 20, 25 players.
Yep.
180.
First max goes to Burgoyne. Inspired by the
44.
120 out and the break back.
He just clicked into gear at the perfect time. The last three visits, 140,
81.
120, obviously the finish, and then a maximum to kick off this leg. Found a perfect a purple patch, maybe at the perfect time in the middle of the match.
100.
One Leverkusen Euro Tour action getting underway. The first game on, William O'Connor
83.
up against the Finn, Marco Cantella.
Cantella.
60.
He's not finished.
Pete
He's
require
28.
157.
I like it.
You haven't seen that video, then treat yourself on YouTube a little bit later
77.
on today. After the darts. I might just go and watch it myself, you know.
45. Feature require 80.
Well, we're going to be hoping to watch this back if this 80 goes, because it will put him within a leg of victory. And with Smith all the way back on 252, he didn't have to mess about on routes that he didn't want to go down.
48.
Yeah, just not taking a risk, playing it safe. Absolutely nothing wrong with that at all.
134. Feature require 32.
Sure, some of you social media and forum experts will have some view on that, but that's why you're sat at home in your mum's box room running your mouth about players, and
No
these ones are
score.
here.
Then you require 100.
Well, Pete Burgoyne got his 10,000 steps for the day in there, just trying to see where he could find of the double 16 bed there. But he is going to return.
It does happen so often where you make a conscious decision to, it's a bit like laying up, isn't
28.
it? And then you come back and don't
Feature
find it, and
require
you sort of
32.
second guess yourself and say, I should have just gone for the ball anyway.
Game shot on the
Oh,
fifth
puts it
leg,
right this
Pete
time.
Burgoyne.
Back-to-back legs for Burgoyne. Don't forget, if you want to show us
Fifth leg,
how
Denny to throw
good you are
first.
and you fancy
Game
your
on.
chances here, get yourself involved in the ADC. We do have
100.
qualifiers, and every week a representative of the ADC will be taking part here at the Super Series.
190.
Well, that is the 14th 100 maximum of this series. A milestone max hit by Burgoyne.
135.
He's not going to carry on in this particular leg. On the route of the ADC,
43.
a prize fund for the end of the first series of the Vault has been announced. It's going to be a prize fund of £17,500 for the round robin stages.
59.
A bit of dough, that.
Of course, the top 32 from that. They'll be playing off for spots to play here.
Yeah, and Tony Wood, of course,
140.
an ADC representative, is currently topping the table.
Top of the ADC rankings. He's just good at topping tables.
134. Page require 138.
Must have been a waiter in a previous life.
Danny Smith, not
58.
waiting for anything
Denny
here.
require
73 for a level game.
Track below, so Burgoyne returns for 80.
Feature
Now, I can
require
guarantee this
80.
time he's not going 16ths.
Absolutely not. Single 20. The tops for the match. 4-2.
Game shot.
And he finds a route towards it. Pete Burgoyne gets the better of Danny Smith by 4 legs to 2, and it means there's a 4-way tie at the top of the table. Burgoyne gets the better of Smith in a game that Smith had the better of in the early exchanges. It was an 84.93 average that won it in the end for Burgoyne. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. The game really hinged and changed on that 120 checkout. And so Burgoyne, who picks up the points, 4 players tied on 10, but Tony Wood can go outright top of the table on 12. We can get the better of John Part after this short break.
John Part and Tony Wood complete our third round of games this afternoon. Of course, this is their fifth meeting of the week, as both were involved in Group A action on Monday through to Wednesday. Wood winning on all 4 occasions so far. Wood has dropped just the 1 leg so far today, meaning he has by far the healthiest leg difference at this stage. And with the group table so congested, that could prove crucial come the end of the session. He's on 10 points with plus 13. The ADC qualifier taking out a 1-4-1 to complete a 12 in his last match, en route to a whitewash win over Ciaran Teehan. What can he produce in this one then? Let's find out with Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, what we do know is this group is in the palm of Tony Wood's hands. If he wins this one, he moves on to 12 points. It's not just moving on to 12 points. He'll be moving on to 12 points with a legs difference that no matter what the margin of victory will be a darn sight better than the rest of the group so far. Burgoyne and Wawrzewski both tied on 10 points and plus 6 on the legs difference. Tony Wood is plus 13. Tony Wood, the only player in ADC history so far to have got himself a 9-dart finish. The first player to achieve that feat. He was talking to me about that achievement and how proud he is of it, because no matter how long the ADC goes, he'll always be the man who'll be credited with the first.
55.
Yeah, looking to leave his own little bit of legacy in the ADC. Very passionate, very supportive. It says it's just giving him a new lease of life. Something to play for. Something to enjoy. Certainly enjoying his experience here this week.
140.
His ambitions for the year is to try and come back here as often as possible. I think his performances this week has certainly merited more inclusions to come, and that may just be through the ADC route before any invitations
81.
come to pass for this particular event. And I know that he's going to give a good go of the World Seniors circuit over the course of 2023. He'll be going to some of the Open Series events. He'll be entering the qualifiers for the likes of the Match Play and the Masters, which will be coming up as the year goes along.
Yeah, it's such a great initiative by those involved to give players who still have something, or a little bit of something left, and an opportunity to still be competitive, but also enjoy it. Those ranking events are great fun. Get to catch up with some great old friends and players. Really enjoyable weekend. Everybody playing with a smile on their face, which is great to see.
Because sometimes elite level sport, of course, it's serious business because of the money involved, but sometimes it could be. Sometimes you just want to play with that bit of freedom.
Yeah, and that's what seniors darts allows. I think the epitome of that was Leonard Gates, of course, at the World Seniors 59. In the Tavern. He really lit that place up with his own unique personality, which everybody embraced. It was great to see, and that's the kind of thing we want. You know, when you come back from an event like that and you're down your local supermarket and people come up to you, obviously know you're involved or know you played in it, or they go, well, that Leonard Gates fun. Good dart player too. It makes an instant impact, doesn't it?
It's amazing what you find in the middle of Lidl. Some places you find Chris Mason.
You won't find me in there, mate. You won't find me in Marks and Spencer's.
83.
Yeah, Leonard Gates will be one of the hot favourites to win that golden ticket qualifier, which begins at 3 o'clock. 80 players participating for the chance to play Phil Taylor live on the television tomorrow afternoon. You know the format for the TV finals yet?
The champions of champions? Yeah, well, it starts, of course, quarterfinals are the best of 19, first to 10, and then it extends in the Semi-final and final.
60.
The quarter-final, Saturday afternoon, 12 o'clock until, well, it's scheduled to be from 12 till 6, so 4 matches. And then the semi-final and final on the same day. Interesting to see what they're going to use as a bit of a
44.
filler on the Sunday. Maybe an opportunity there to bring in some kind of exhibition match for the crowd to enjoy.
85.
Wait for the TV cameras as well. A good weekend as well to have it. No clashing football matches, apart from possibly towards the end when England are playing Ukraine. But other than that, there's no clashes really in terms of TV sports. So the viewer figures should be quite high for that particular event. And I think they're very smart in where they put it in the schedule as well in the afternoons.
And an affordable weekend away. The tickets are very affordable. Blackpool,
46.
of course, synonymous with the World Match Play. So there's already an established fan zone there, isn't there?
Done by 6, you may still be able to get your Mr. Whippy ice cream down on the promenade.
Certainly get your fish and chips.
Oh, they do amazing fish and chips down there.
81.
Still think Western Superman, though. Oh, they do thrilling fish and chips down there. Not as good as the cheesecake down in Portsmouth.
Yes, Chubbs.
24. John, you require 147.
Enjoy that metabolism, pal. Come back to haunt you one day.
Yeah, I have been enjoying a good week of food.
Tony, you require 84.
There's nothing I'd enjoy more, but it's leg day and doing squats after a Biscoff cheesecake may not be the best idea.
Game shot on the second leg.
Oh, Tony Wood takes 2-0 lead over John Part here. And he'll be hoping that it's a piece of cake qualification, not a piece of toast.
Third leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Wow. And our assistant has just brought in the said cheesecake, so
30.
you may be relieved of Henry for a while. I'll see if I can get him the whole thing.
You know that the commentary camera is so going to cut to us right now. You do know that. Who says you can't have fun in the commentary box?
125.
Enjoy your job, mate. You never work a day in your life.
Absolutely.
60.
So who's enjoying this? Tony Wood. Tooling up, a little bit of a lead here. Super recovery. Lost the line completely with dart 1. Covered with darts 2 and 3. And he's got this man just where he wants him.
84.
Massive game coming up after this one. Pete Burgoyne against Ciaran Teehan. And that will be our opening match of the penultimate cycle of games.
Well, we're beginning to enter winner stays on territory, aren't we?
Yeah, we are actually. We say how much it's different to knockout darts, but we are actually now approaching knockout stages due to the nature of the table positions.
Only require 153.
Even with that 180, it's still advantage Wood. Draw 19 to leave double 8.
137. John, you require 147.
He's just had a max. He's not going to follow it with a max on the snooker table. 147.
58. Tony requires 6.
When you're in the same boat as somebody else, why try and throw them under the bus? Seems a bit of a culture nowadays, doesn't it? Jealousy is a terrible thing. I always say, if you put as much effort into yourself as hating on others, you may find yourself a little bit more
44.
better off.
Just be happy in life, people.
I know.
Welcome to Live from the Psychiatrist Couch with Chris and Henry.
$86.
I'll be happy in a minute. I've got Biscoff cheesecake.
You'll be living the dream, pal. Getting paid to eat cheesecake.
100.
Sit next to me, watching a 3-time world champion play darts. You have lucked out, son.
What have I done to deserve this?
All them years of uni, look.
130.
I'm sure your mum and dad didn't really want a nice little villa in
60.
Spain or something
Tony
like that.
require 52.
Wood here looking to get over the line to move himself onto a dozen points in the group. That's a dozen points for tops.
12.
Well,
John
would
require
think he will
142.
return. JP not had a dart at a double in this particular match so far. Ooh, is he going to get one here? He may stay there, you know. It's a nice lie for him. A bit of a deflection. Went left.
68. Tony require 40.
He's missed a couple at tops already, Tony Wood, to get the game won. Can he convert this time? Double 10. 5's just getting a little bit nervy. It's getting a little bit tense.
35.
The opportunity has
John
come and gone, and you
requires
can see
74.
what he makes of that. As he frails his arms as he approached the board. Part is going to get a dart at tops.
34.
Oh, 1-2.
Tony require 5.
To get over the line. The back end of this leg has spoiled what was an impressive average up until now and an impressive performance. How much of that can he see, Henry?
Game
Enough.
shot, and the match, Tony
And enough for
Wood.
4-0 win, which could well be enough to qualify him for tomorrow night's finals. He moves on to 12 points, but more crucially now, he had an 11-leg advantage on the next best player in that particular demographic now in the group. He demolishes John Part by 4 legs now. He's played 3 games. He's dropped just 1 leg all day so far, has Tony Woods. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Pete Burgoyne is in action up against Ciaran Teehan.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. The question is, who remains in the race for finals night between Ciaran Teehan and Pete Burgoyne? One of the two will join Tony Wood on 12 points with a win here. You can see there just how congested this league table is, with 3 players on 10 points and Tony Wood, of course, out on 12 points with that superior leg difference as well. Ciaran Teehan, thanks to some clinical finishing, coming through in a decider in another crucial clash last time out. That was to get the better of David Wawrzewski. 57% checkout success for the Irishman in that one. As for Burgoyne, well, Danny Smith certainly asked questions of him last time out and actually led 2-1 before Burgoyne, aided by 2 15-dart breaks, took the points. He was the 4-2 winner when the two met yesterday, thanks largely to 3 figure outs of 1-3-6 and, of course, that huge 160. Burgoyne, of course, with a healthier leg difference of the two, but Teehan could eat into that with a sizable win here. Another intriguing one in prospect, so let's get back to the chaps in comms to talk you through it.
Thanks, Abby. Oh, every match at the moment, a big one for the big four. This is 2 players of the big four. Pete Burgoyne taking on Ciaran Teehan. Table as it stands, 12 points plus 17, Tony Wood. Pete Burgoyne, 10 points plus 8. David Wawrzewski, 10 points plus 6. Ciaran Teehan, and this is where the issue may come for Ciaran, 10 points minus 1. He's not going to be relying on leg difference being his friend
Pete
today.
To throw first. Game on.
Gonna take. Well, he has 2 matches to play. Got to win them both.
Got to win in both, and probably for the insurance policy has to win one big. But Pete Burgoyne goes big with his first visit. As big as it gets. Out the traps he comes.
60. 60.
For Burgoyne so far today, he lost to Tony Wood in the opening match of the day. That was a below par match from the pair. Then he followed that up with a 4-2 success against David Wawrzewski as Ciaran Teehan nails his first match of this game, and this match really is farming up quite nicely. And then Burgoyne got the better of Danny Smith by 4-2 a couple of games ago.
Well, I was about to ask the question of who's going to deal with the pressure, the better of the two, and both hitting a max in the
40.
leg. It's a little unfortunate.
Pete require 161.
That gives Burgoyne 161.
65.
I like that play. Leaves himself a 2-darter and 2 darts at the same target if he doesn't hit it with the first.
125. Pete
By hook or by crook,
96.
after 12, parity. 96 apiece. Trebles 19. Would have left double 18.
36. Ciaran requires
Made a
7. Check 96.
Pig's ear of that one, didn't he? Ooh.
77. Pete
That would have summed up the
requires
craziness
60.
of this first leg.
Yeah.
We're going full Niles Barkley here, aren't we?
50.
I think it's
Ciaran
crazy.
require 19.
Safe way to go here for you amateur players. 11 for double 4. Reason being, you can't bust either side.
Ciaran Teehan.
If you'd go on either side of the 3, busts to the left, leaves double 1 to the right. But of course, Ciaran Teehan, no
Second leg,
amateur
Ciaran
player.
to throw first. Game on.
Certainly no beginner, should I say.
Part of the PDC Pro Tour circuit in 2020 and 2021. We've seen him at the Ali Pali a
77.
number of times. We also saw him have a little run out at the World Masters in the final incarnation of that event in the BDOs era at the Circus Tavern back in
100.
2019. And a player who's still at his tender age, 22, 23, still got a journey, a lot of miles to go in this sport.
66.
Made our first ever Champions Week. Don't know who else made that first ever Champions Week.
In darting terms, still very much a
60.
baby when you use Peter Wright as an example, who won his first world title at the tender age of 49.
140. 60.
It's in darts, so sometimes you've got to go back to the future.
Absolutely.
40.
Bit unfortunate. Had the point touched part of the board. Wherever it touched is what it would have scored. Those are the rules.
42. 58.
It does feel like Teehan's come out here with the attitude of a knockout match. Just look at the urgency that's in his play.
98. Ciaran, you require
Yeah, for sure.
120.
Single, treble, double. There's the single. There's the treble.
100. Feature
There's
require
not the double.
141.
Burgoyne isn't going to break back with a 1-4-1. So Teehan now set square
42.
to double up his advantage. And he's left
Ciaran, you
himself on
require
99
20.
if he comes back. So Teehan 2-10 for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on
And
the
it is
second leg,
2-10 to Teehan for a 2-0 lead.
Well, he's not exactly pulling up trees
Third
to
leg peak
get
to
himself into this
Rovers.
position.
Game on.
Burgoyne finding it tough to
60.
replicate some of his earlier form. Averaging in the low 70s, while Teehan is up round the mid 80s.
140. 140. 30. 121.
Disappointed that it didn't even finish off that slip in the single one, although Teehan is back on 3-3-1 and he's going to get 6 darts from here, Burgoyne to get a leg back on the board.
85.
And the issue, as far as the feast is concerned, that this is a leg that he has the darts in. Has to find a break somewhere in this match, having been broken in the opening leg by the Irish ace. But at 140, leaves himself on tops after 12. This is a good recovery leg. Good response.
100. Peter require 40. Game
And
shot on the
2
third
10s is
leg,
found to bring it back to
Burgoyne.
2-1. But this is a leg for Burgoyne. Teehan with the darts, looking to re-establish that 2-leg buffer. And if he does, he'll be a
One
leg away
Ciaran
from
to
the match.
Rovers. Game on.
Was the best leg we've seen so far from Burgoyne there. 14 dart hold. You do feel
60.
that this is a key leg.
Teehan going up dry in the first visit as well with the darts.
55.
But Burgoyne cannot punish.
$97. 54. 100.
Effectively turning his way down. 97 followed by a ton. It's just about enough on throw at the minute.
100.
Interestingly, Pete Burgoyne not done any events since Q School.
43.
His last match at Q School was a defeat to Dom Taylor, who we saw go oh so close, of course. Looking forward to seeing Dom back at some point.
78.
Certainly improved on his previous performances, and that echoes what we were just talking about, of course, that get a player back. Normally, first time around, you won't see the best of them.
177.
Seeing the best of Teehan there, and a beautiful 177 to leave 24.
He's seen himself backed into a corner in terms of this group, and he's coming back out swinging again. 2 12s for a 3-1 lead. And on the cusp of what would be a big win.
Yeah, like a few players, he opted out of going to Germany for the Challenge Tour weekend, which was last weekend. Well, it was played over the Friday and Saturday, was it?
59.
Yeah. And then it was the Pro Tour on Sunday and Monday in the same venue, wasn't it? And then Euro Tours on the Tuesday, which of course is where Gando did the double.
100.
It's great to see him back playing in the Euro Tours, especially the form he's in at the moment. Back-to-back weekends, loses in a final of a Pro Tour, and then wins one the following weekend. He is most definitely back in the mix.
55.
No, it's just that glint in the eye, isn't there, with Gary this year. I think maybe 1 or 2 comments that have been maybe said in the press or in other places
26.
has just riled him up a little bit, and
Yeah, he's got a bit of fire in the belly, hasn't he?
there's a point to not a point to prove, but he wants to show exactly what he is still capable of.
83.
Don't need to prove points when you win 2 world titles, but
And a match play.
and a match play, and a couple of Premier Leagues,
Yeah.
and a World Cup, and a
96.
UK Open, and a Players' Championship finals, and the rest.
Yeah, certainly. He's in my
99.
top 10 all-time greats. And it's interesting. Where'd you? Talking of Scottish
60.
players, what
Here
order did you put
164.
Jockey, Peter Wright, and Gary Anderson?
Well, where do we put Teehan in terms of this group?
129.
The bullseye would have sealed a 4-1 win.
Check. 139.
Poor old Danny, like the rest of us, sleep deprived after a very late night last night. I think we all managed around about
44.
4.5, 5 hours sleep, so prone to make the odd mistake.
Game shot and the match.
But it's no
Ciaran
mistake on the
Teehan.
double 8 for Ciaran Teehan as he seals a 4-1 success against Pete Burgoyne, and a big win at that as well. The margin of victory actually puts him on +2 in terms of the legs difference. Pete Burgoyne goes down to +3, and so Teehan now on 12 points and puts himself bang in contention when it comes to qualification through Group C. Coming up after this short break, we're going to see David Wawrzewski in action. He can move himself on to 12 points. It'll be a 3-way tie going into Tony Wood's match against Danny Smith after that. He takes on John Parr, and we're going to be watching that after this short break.
Well, we like big ones here at the Super Series, and this next match is another for David Wawrzewski. Worth mentioning ahead of this one as well, that Wawrzewski and Wood actually face each other in our last game of the group, so one of the two will drop points there. Wawrzewski, of course, squandered match starts in a decider against Ciaran Teehan last time out, was punished and condemned to a second successive defeat of the day. Of course, he was the favourite to top Group C before a dart had been thrown, but that loss to Teehan means he's still on 10 points with 2 more matches to play, as others around him have continued to pick up points. He takes on JP, who is of course still looking for a second win in Group C, and he'll want to sign off with some positives here. He's known for some time that he won't be involved tomorrow, but can he give a good account of himself here? Of course, we started to see some of the best stuff from the Canadian towards the back end of Group A action. Can he repeat that in C? Let's see, shall we? Here's H and Mace.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes. So David Wawrzewski can make it a freeway at the top going into Tony Wood's game against Danny Smith. As for John Parr, as Abby alluded to in the intro to that match, he knows that his destiny is out of his hands. He will be departing us here at the Live Lounge following the conclusion of today's play. But it's been great to have him here, the Daft Maple, over the course of the last 5 days or so.
Well, definitely a star, but not been involved in too many wars so far this week.
First leg, David to throw first. Game on.
One win in this group and minus 19 in the leg difference. What I mean by wars is some of them
56.
all 3 battles. He's playing just for pride right now.
82.
We know he's going to give it a good go, John Parr, but is he running on empty now? Is that the issue?
I think so. For someone who's
100.
played just such little darts over the years, this is a serious marathon.
100.
A real slog. It does take it out of you.
85.
Darts' ultimate endurance test.
Yeah, well, put it this way, at the end of play, I will have a 15-minute walk to the house. I will get dressed, get on my bike, ride to the gym, which is probably another 15, 20 minutes, and then I will run a 5K, train,
43.
ride home and get in the shower. After 3 days here, I was exhausted.
I don't know what you're doing between sessions today.
44.
Yeah, that and trying to sleep.
That's all right. I think the builders are around, didn't they?
123.
Sounds like it
Number
every morning.
135.
There's a bloke in a
93.
white van outside the
David
house a
Require
couple of mornings
100.
ago on his hands free.
David
It
Require 94.
was very nearly removed.
$29. John's last score was 80.
It's when that boombox comes.
John Require 52.
That's the worst one.
People just aren't thoughtful at that time of the morning.
Game shot on the first leg, John Parr.
Well, go on, JP. We had a 17 dart break. Yeah, he was literally outside the door with the engine revving on an old tranny. Isn't exactly as smooth as a Rolex, is it? And then, mate, you're all right. I can't hear. I mean, everybody could hear him. I could hear him from my bedroom.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
And this is like 10 to 6 in the morning.
58.
Before even Chris Evans has thought about waking up.
Did you see the
125.
news Soccer AM?
Yeah. I mean, I'd say I'm shocked, but I'm not surprised.
Not been very good the last few years, has it?
It's not the same
honest.
programme,
No.
no. The heydays of... I
140.
mean, really, the heydays of probably Lovejoy and in a few years with
Helen.
Max Rushton and obviously Hell's Bells and... Oh, it was a brilliant programme. I mean, that was my
86.
Saturday mornings as a kid, right? It was our little treat on a Saturday. Be bacon sandwiches Saturday morning. That's our little treat. So bacon sandwiches, bit of Soccer AM. Yeah, that was my Saturday televisual childhood.
54.
Making out that the bacon sandwiches with a treat. You probably had truffles on it.
60.
And I guarantee you had the crusts cut off.
You got to eat around the crust. I mean, you got to eat around the crust. So eat the crust, eat around, and then go in for the sandwich. No? If only you could see the look on Chris Mason's face.
Maybe it's just my age. I don't know.
180. John Yorquhar,
Lovely max there.
150.
Unneeded. It was way back on. 230. Oh dear. May go ball here.
25. David Yorquhar, 50. Game shot of the second
Wawrzewski
leg,
levels it up
David
with 15
Wawrzewski.
darts. 2 breaks a throw, 1 apiece in this encounter, which is our 11th game of the day. We are
Early
2/3 of the way
Rovers.
through our morning
Game on.
session. Reminder, we are back tonight with Group B. And Lee Budgeon is the man who leads the way following the
440.
first night's action. It's a 10 o'clock start on that one. And of course, you want to be here tomorrow night, you can do. Put your tickets now, dartshop.tv. The place to be
58.
for your tickets for tomorrow night's finals, where we already know that Adam Hunt's going to be there. He won the opening Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. Who is going to join him?
92.
Whichever way, is bound to be a night full of tungsten entertainment. And if you want to book your tickets to any of the weeks prior to Champions Week, you can do via that same website. Next week's lineup, which we are going to announce later on this
93.
evening here on Sporty Stuff TV. And the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel is quite the delightful watch. And of course, tickets for Champions Week are on sale, where we
83.
already know half of the field that's going to be in contention.
$70. 60. 85. David Yorquhar, 126. 50. 51. David Yorquhar, 76.
Getting himself in front for the first time in this match. Wawrzewski wants tops.
36. John Yorquhar, 144.
No finish. So David will be back for back-to-back legs.
64.
And
David Yorquhar,
2-1
40.
lead. Second meeting of the week, of
Game
course,
shot of the
between
third
these
leg,
two.
David Wawrzewski.
David won this tie yesterday. 4-1, despite both players posting similar averages. In fact, John had the higher average, 81-85.
Fourth leg, John to throw
To
first.
David's
Game on.
81-31.
$96.
Priority, of course, for David is just to get the win. Any defeat here
100.
would take it out of his hands, of course. Big win here. And with
81.
one game to play, which will be against Tony Wood. That may well be
58.
a shootout match if Danny Smith manages somehow to beat Tony Wood.
58.
Tony Wood wins that game. He's
140.
qualified. The next match is a qualification game.
It's huge significance.
91. 99.
But John Park not making things easy in this game for Wawrzewski.
61.
He comes back for 104. This is
David Require
for the break.
104.
And they'll put him on the cusp of the match.
$48. John, you require 114.
Down at tops
On the
for
fourth leg,
2-2.
Chambers.
Vintage John Part. The king of the opportunities. Takes one out there to level this game up at 2
Fifth leg,
apiece.
David to throw first. Game on. 100.
Well, that's laying precariously. Has to go down for cover. That was dangling like a loose
82.
tooth.
$100.
Where does this come from?
180.
John Park.
$140.
Turn 140. The revisits in the scoring phase for David. 82, 180, and
85. David require
85 for John
161.
Park. Piling on the pressure here, JP.
95. John, you require 154.
66
89.
to go in a leg.
David, you require 66.
They get two at
James
double
on the
18. He
fifth
only
leg,
needs the
David
one.
Wawrzewski.
That was bang in the middle, wasn't it, of the treble 10 for a 14-dart hold, and it was precarious with John Park on 65, waiting to be a major spoiler.
$83. $58.
Head over to the @Seniors Darts Twitter page. You'll actually get first look of the staging at
87.
Viva Blackpool tomorrow. Even got our own little branding in the corner for the MODUS Super Series.
Have
All
we?
branded up.
140.
Come on. Like it.
Have a little bit of that.
$59. 100.
By the time we go on air this evening, we'll actually know who's going to be playing Philip Taylor at that particular event. The mystique around that
85.
golden ticket qualifier has perhaps been one of the best bits about that event before darts even being thrown. It's added an extra element to that competition.
99.
Great idea. Great idea. Like you say, it's been a talking point. Certainly will be a talking point today when the qualifying action gets underway from 3.
42.
Build
David
of
Wire 104.
80 players battling out for one place to take on the GOAT, double 18.
88. John Wire 145.
It was a miscount for Wawrzewski. Oh dear, could he pay the price?
Well, you can see in the back
93.
of the stage there, he's realised what he's done. He's got away with it. And he may well still win this match here in this leg with this double 8.
Game shot.
And indeed he will, and it will move him further closer towards qualification. He gets over the line. It moves him on to 12 points. And so we do have a tie at the top of the table. It actually slots him in second place above Ciaran Teehan because of the superior legs difference. A 4-2 win then for David MODUS against John Part. And so after the break, Tony Wood can move himself onto 14 points. And because of the margin in terms of the legs difference column in his favour, it would be an insurmountable climb for anybody else to try and dislodge him. He takes on Danny Smith after this short break.
Tony Wood then, our ADC qualifier this week, and of course our Group C leader with 2 more games to go. The only leg he's dropped so far today came in his opening game of the day. Since then he's dished out back-to-back bagels. Can he book his place in finals night with a game to spare? Well, he can do so because of his vastly superior leg difference over the rest of the field. He's taken on Danny Smith, who's looking for his 2nd win of the day, having beaten JP in a decider a few games ago. Wood, the 4-1 winner in this one yesterday, allowing Smith just 2 darts at the outer ring in that encounter. Let's see then whether Wood can join his good friend Adam Hunt, who was of course here supporting Wood yesterday in finals night. Lads, over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, a match that will see Tony join Adam Hunt, as you say, in tomorrow night's final. He's got to take care of Danny Smith, who's playing with freedom here. His race is run, and as we've seen before, the players can be a spoiler in this situation. We've seen it so many times. I remember Kevin Painter being a victim of that in a match that, of course, doesn't affect Danny Smith, but all the players show great integrity. I'm very proud of that here at the Super Series.
First leg, Danny to throw first.
I certainly enjoy watching the players give it their absolute all despite their table position.
Because as we mentioned previously, you always get another chance here if you do all the right things. Danny Smith, the 11-8 outsider here. Tony Wood, 8-15 on. A very heavy favourite with the odds compilers going into this one.
$60.
Tony Wood, it really is simple because of the legs difference. He wins. Well, he'll have, no matter what, even if it's 4-3, a difference of 8 legs in the legs difference bracket. Now you can only swing against by 8 legs into the final round of fixtures. So no matter what happens, it would put Tony Wood through by way of his legs difference being so inferior to the rest of the field.
58.
He did hit a brick wall at this juncture yesterday.
$100.
Penultimate game of the day. He went down 4-3 with just a 74 average.
57.
And his final match of the day, he went down 4-2 with a bit of a whimper against Pete Burgoyne. He just seemed to, I say, just hit the brick wall.
137.
Any energy left at all. So it will be something he would have been conscious about. It's something he spoke about yesterday.
95. Tony require 164.
John Park plays his final match of the day against Pete Burgoyne. It'd be interesting if we could maybe hear from John Park with Abby, just to get his take on proceedings and how he feels after a long 5 days here. Something he certainly would have done for some time.
Danny require 148.
Especially this quantity of matches. Played a total of 20. Well, will have played a total of 25 best of 7 matches by
Tony
the end of today's
68.
play.
Can't say he hasn't grafted.
No.
2 darts, a double 4.
$60.
And so
Danny
Smith, who is playing the role of
88.
spoiler in this match, may have his first opportunity to do exactly that on 88. And so it's going to be the solitary dart at the bullseye, which is what he wants.
48.
Well, he's left tops just in case.
Tony
Nice setup.
8.
Misses are becoming infectious,
4.
and it could well
Any
cost him the
require
leg.
40.
Smith takes aim at tops, and now double 10. 5s.
30.
The double missing is endemic.
Tony, you require 4. Game shot of the first leg.
But twos
Tony
never
Wood.
lose. We know that, don't we? And Tony Wood knows that, and he takes a 1-0 lead with the breaker throw on Danny Smith. And so,
Second
3
leg,
legs
Tony
away
to throw first.
from his spot
on.
in tomorrow night's final, where he will join Adam Hunt. He will be able to sit back, relax in the serenity of the practice room to see who will join him there.
60.
Either David Wawrzewski or Ciaran Teehan. And then tonight we'll find out 3 from 5, and well, all 5 are still in the mix, aren't they, in Group B, as to who's going to secure the 3 final
140.
spots through to tomorrow night's final, live from 7:30 here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And a reminder, you can be a part of the Saturday night crowd each and every week, and that is by heading over to dartshop.tv
60.
and reserving your tickets. They're completely free, completely complimentary, and you can get them online. We also have a brilliant deal where it's free drinks for £10.
125.
Free drinks for a tenner.
Cheaper than Spoonspell.
And we also have a license to play music.
$100.
And we won't be playing BBC News on the TVs either.
$85.
But wherever you are across the UK, or you may be tuning in from around the world, you might be coming over to the UK at some point this year, do tick the Live Lounge off the list of darting venues you've got to go to in 2023. Honestly, you will not regret it for a second. We're going to do a lot more interactive bits of the crowd as well. It's going to be a real good night out.
Yeah, an opportunity to win a few quid, isn't there?
55.
Yes.
Tony, you require 160.
Unfortunately.
$140. Then you require 96.
Well, it's going to be treble 17 now, which would have left her a dart at tops, and so Wood returns
76.
for double
Then you
10
require
for 2-0
20.
lead.
Better leg this one. 2 10s for a 16 darter
Game shot of the
Backs up
second
the
leg.
break.
Tony Wood.
with a 16 dart hold.
Third leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
Mathematically, Burgoyne
60.
can still get second place, albeit very, very unlikely. Wawrzewski would have to lose 4-0 to Tony Wood, and if Tony Wood can convert this lead into a win,
140.
I think he'll be so relieved to have guaranteed his spot. His
60.
focus may wander. Pete Burgoyne beats John Park 4-0. He would go on to 12 points plus 7. So not only would Wawrzewski have to lose,
140.
it would. Well, he'd only need 3 legs. He doesn't even have to win that match.
100.
Luckily tomorrow we have straight knockouts.
Well, after the initial
Groups.
group
81.
stage, but there's only 3 players to a group. We will bring you this evening details of our lineup for next week. You will not be disappointed.
140. Tony Require 140. $60. Danny Require 141.
Okay, Danny. All right. Just a
Games
little
on the
bit
third
good,
leg,
wasn't
Danny
it?
Smith.
A 1-4-1 for Danny Smith to get himself on the board and a show and mark of respect from Tony Wood.
Fourth leg, Tony to throw first.
Our second
Game
1-4-1 of the day. Tony himself, of course, took that out against Ciaran Teehan in match number 5. This feels like a long, long time ago.
60.
Well, you're just about to whirl off the lyrics to American Pie then.
I'm feeling a little stir crazy, so
93.
hold on to your hats, Henry. Mason's having a meltdown. Stand well clear.
The good thing is, if I leave this commentary box, there's a lock on it.
100.
We'll dim the lights.
Yeah, just lock me in for an hour or so.
Well, the lights are going out of the room behind us, so maybe that's a telling sign.
140.
So why don't we do it all again tonight?
Around about 8.5 hours time.
100.
Don't forget, stick us on the planner. 10 p.m. Sporty Stuff TV. If you're watching via YouTube, press that alert
43.
bell and you'll get a notification as we go live. As we conclude a very exciting looking Group B. At the moment, Budgeon is out in front
123.
on 6 points, and then we have Steve West, Adam Lipscomb and Fallon Sherrock all on 4 points. And Willie Borland on 2, and he's far from out of it. We've seen plenty of players go from
94.
bottom to qualify. Top 3 from that group, top 2 from this group. Join Adam Hunt in tomorrow night's final. Why don't you join us? You're local to the area. London Road in Portsmouth. The Modus Live Lounge. Doors open 6:30.
80.
Get your ticket at dartshop.tv,
Danny Require 131.
free of charge.
Good night out guarantee.
Might even get a selfie with Henry.
72.
We want
Tony
people to be
Require
here.
38. Game shot on the
Tony
fourth
Wood
leg,
may well
Tony
be here.
Wood.
Looks set to be here now. 3-1 up on Danny Smith. Leg away from qualification.
Yeah, and it'd be massive
Fifth leg,
relief
Danny to throw first.
for Tony.
Game on.
He was just
93.
edged out in the end in the table. In Group A. Was right in the
60.
mix, wasn't he? In that one, and then ended up on 14 points.
81.
Adam Hunt was our eventual winner. Willie Borland, who finds himself bottom of Group B, was just 2 points off the pace in Group A.
$100. $98.
2 treble visit required here for Tony, just to try and apply a bit of pressure on the Danny Smith throw.
$140.
Only obliges.
Course is the issue. Danny Smith has to find something here. Now search down for cover.
59.
At least leave him on the big fish. But Wood here looking to make a huge indent on this 201 to make him favourite for the leg, which would see him win the match and see him go through the group.
60. Danny require 170. $94. Tony require 141.
Tony today, and we've seen it in this match from Danny. About a 141. Oh, maybe just the 41.
26.
Cancel that.
Danny requires
Half a crown.
76.
Bed and breakfast. Bag of nails. 11 ball.
Will the middle solve the riddle?
51.
Not this time, and so Tony Wood, this is your
Tony
chance
require
now
115.
to seal your place into tomorrow night's final.
Which way is he going to go? I like the 57 route. Looks like he's going 60. There is the option of the ball. Tops to seal the deal.
Game shot and the match.
Tony Wood celebrates with a ton plus. Check out the second of the match, a 141 for Danny Smith, a 115 for Tony Wood, and he knows that that is enough to secure his place in the finals with his good pal Adam Hunt, an end average of 85.59, full 140s apiece on those 2 ton plus finishes. Right, when we come back, another important game as John Park takes on Pete Burgoyne.
So then it is a final run out of the week for John Part here at the MODUS Super Series. It's been a real pleasure to have the three-time world champion in our company over the previous 5 days. He takes on Pete Burgoyne, who still harbours ambitions of qualifying through the group, although the order that he does have to do it is a very tall one. Well, he has to win 4-0 to begin with here against John Part, and then he's got to hope for big defeats for David Wawrzewski and Ciaran Teehan in the final 2 games of the session. It's very unlikely, but where there is a chance, there is hope, and when there is hope, there is always something at stake.
Yeah, I mean, the scenario for me, I don't think Ciaran Teehan will have too much trouble in defeating Danny Smith. And I think David Wawrzewski may just edge past Tony Wood. But again, if he doesn't, then, and it's tight, even if he loses,
John to throwovers.
he still goes through. There is a possibility.
60.
And again, Ciaran Teehan has to win and win big.
60.
Currently, he is 6 points, or in terms of leg difference, 6 adrift of Wawrzewski.
100. 40. 60.
Away from the Super Series, there's been plenty of action
36.
on the European tour. Today we're in Leverkusen, Germany for the action this week, which is well, it's right next to the football stadium, isn't it? The Bayer Arena. We've already seen victories for William O'Connor against Marco Cantala by 6-3. Ryan Joyce averaging a tick under the ton in a 6-4 success against Jermaine Watamina, whilst Brendan Dolan has beaten Steve Lennon by 6-1. Christopher Tysky and Bradley
82.
Books are currently in action.
Watamina's just started to find a little bit of better form, hasn't he, of late?
58.
Well, we felt this year was a big year for him, didn't we? And there's a lot to defend going into 2023, and it's almost as if that urgency, because he's got that bit to defend, has kind of crept in, where it went the other way with Jeffrey Deswan last year, although he's found a gear with his second rotation of a tour card.
55.
Well, I've been impressed with, probably approaching 6 months, is Mike De Decker.
Oh, one of those Belgian talents.
And some top quality stuff.
83.
Well, this
John
will
Wires 72.
mathematically mathematically puts an end to his hopes if Wawrzewski wins.
42.
Had
Peter Wire
JP won that
145.
leg.
He may well still do, because he is going to return for the 30.
30.
And I think Burgoyne knew
John
the
Wire
urgency of that particular
30.
situation, just judged by the way he threw those last couple of darts. And John Part does take the lead here.
Even if he wins from here 4-1, he'll only be on +6.
Second leg Pete to
and on 12
Throwfers.
points.
Game on.
Which means Wawrzewski only needs to win 2 legs against Tony Wood.
96.
And the win becomes irrelevant.
$93.
Well, as Ciaran Teehan's in the background saying, well, don't forget about me. We haven't, Ciaran. We know you're up next against Danny Smith.
No, well, he's in a good position, isn't he? But again, he will have to himself rely on winning big.
135.
And then Wawrzewski losing by a scoreline. We will know
100.
once Ciaran has played.
$43. 42.
That single free has left Pete Burgoyne without a finish here, and so John Park can pretty much add even more insult to injury.
60.
He's himself on the fish.
$40. John Yorquire 170.
A party piece for Part before he departs? Not on this occasion.
32. Peter Yorquire 128.
Oh, yes. Double 10.
108. John Yorquire 138.
Well, Burgoyne couldn't take out the 128. Can Part take out the 138? Couldn't find the
98.
triple 18, which would have
Peter Yorquire 20.
did him fair on double 12. And so Burgoyne now double 10 to level this game back up at one apiece.
Game shot
And level this game is at one apiece.
Third leg John to throw first. Game on.
Well, you can see on the look on his face, he feels as if the race is won. There's a bit of dejection running through the body of Pete Burgoyne.
43.
Yeah, well, his tough season continues, doesn't it? He didn't have a very good Q's score. Maybe he's just took a bit of time away, and this is his first one back. And this is an opportunity for him to see where his game is. You never quite know when you're
58.
coming in undercooked. Bit of a flight.
Who's opened their wallets? Go on. Admit it. Who's opened up the wallet?
Kirk about.
140.
No, you know if if Kirk opened his wallet, it'd be a cacophony of moths. We'd have to be shut down by health and safety
60.
because there'd have been so many of them about. And Charlie's not here this week, so it can't be him.
$60.
And it can't be Owen either, because if there was a moth that came out of his wallet, then you wouldn't have heard the end of it.
$60. Peter War 161. $55.
We'll get to the bottom of Mothgate. Burgoyne looks to get to the bottom of this leg.
32. Peter War 106.
So 106 for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. He's going to get 6 from here. We're part all the way back on 248.
98.
And the 98 leads on 8. And so double 4 upon his return.
$39. Peter require 8. Game shot on the third leg.
And there is the break for Burgoyne to take a 2-1 lead here.
Fourth leg Pete to throw first. Game on.
JP a long way back in that leg, wasn't he?
97. $125. 81. $140.
It's been a long week for John, as you mentioned, and I think the tiredness, especially as the day's gone on, has really set in for him. He's had moments.
He has had some good moments. He's had some good legs and some good finishes. But it's just about trying to condense it into the one match, or the distance of one match he struggled with to maintain that level at times. Easy.
43.
Be critical,
John
but
O'Hara 136.
he has not played a lot of darts of late. And how can anybody be critical of a man with a resume like
60.
this fella's? The first ever
Major O'Hara
overseas
140.
world champion in darts.
You got 3 stars on that
40.
collar.
John
You harbour a hell of a lot of
76.
respect. Maybe not always from the wall, but in our hearts, John,
Game
in
from
our
the fourth
hearts.
leg,
And level it is at
Gilbert.
2 apiece.
14 darter there, an example of exactly what we were discussing.
Fifth leg, John to throw
They
first.
do have the
Game on.
Wall of Fame now, Ali Pali, with everybody's name up who has competed in a PDC World Championship, very much
78.
in order of when you played. I think it's Jockey Wilson or Dennis Priest. I think that was the first ever
100.
match at the Circus Tavern. One of their names at the top. Did have a picture of it somewhere, just to
79.
see where I was in terms of the order. I played in 97, I do believe.
60.
That's where you try and score and you think, what would be the appropriate place for me? And then you're in completely the wrong place, so you decide to overestimate, underestimate, and then actually where you were in the first place is probably
87.
nearby where you were.
$120. 60. 65. 58. Peter O'Hara 156.
So the 156 won't go for Pete Burgoyne. Can John Part treat this as something a little bit special with the 139?
60. John O'Hara 139.
To give us something to get our seats off over. Not to be on this occasion. So Burgoyne is going to return for the 96. This is for a break of throw
82.
and a 3-2 lead.
O'Hara 96.
2 darts, a double 18. Now across for double 9.
87.
And inside it goes. And so John Part now should
57.
get 2 darts at tots, so a 3-2 lead. Should, but won't. And so it's going to be the solitary dart at double 18.
Feature require 9.
Clips the wire, the inside wire. Good aggressive dart.
5.
So would have flashed it.
John, you require
2.
18.
Double 9 then for JP. 3-2. Love to sign off for the win. Can he find the double 4?
14. Feature require 4.
The moth has returned.
No
It's
score.
probably returned due to the amount of missed
require
doubles in this
4.
match. That's now 2 from 10 for Burgoyne.
Game shot of the 5th leg.
John Part,
jumper.
3-2 up.
Six leg Pete to throw first. Game on. $95. $96. $100. $100.
He should have started on the 19s. That was exactly what he did there from the 306.
91.
I think I got to the bottom of the moth gate situation. I'm wondering whether they're playing a game with the production gallery as to who's paying for lunch. They've all opened their wallets and there's just a
38.
stream of moths that have plagued the live lounge. Do a great job to our production team to get these pictures to you all around the world. Get this completed 6 days a week.
41.
60 hours of darts content every single week here at the Super Series, and they do a great job.
50 weeks a year. Oh, should be a good guide.
51.
Oh, so unlucky. Yeah, he can't believe it.
John
He's
Yorkshire
put one
126.
right next to it. It didn't bump in. 419s and ball. Go on, JP. Sign off with a ton plus finish on the ball. Good man.
And the match, John Burns.
Well, it's been a tough week for JP, but I'm sure I speak on behalf of everybody here at the MODUS Super Series. It was an absolute pleasure to have him part of this week 7. And what a way to finish it off for him. 50% on the doubles, ironically, in that match, which was, well, the cause of his problems throughout the week, really a bit inconsistent on the outer ring, and checking out the 1-2-6. Penultimate game up next, Ciaran Teehan against Danny Smith.
So 2 games to go and 1 spot to be filled for finals night from Group C. David Wawrzewski and the man on your screen now, Ciaran Teehan, still in the hunt. Teehan really rising to the challenge in his last few games. 50% checkout success in a crunch clash with Burgoyne last time out. He came through in a decider to get the better of Wawrzewski in another huge encounter a little while ago. What can he do here to force Wawrzewski to serve it out against the man who's already qualified in Tony Wood in our last match? Well, he's up against Danny Smith, who took out a whopping 1-4-1 in his last match, but missed all 5 of his other attempts at double. Can he ruin Teehan's chances of qualifying and sign off with his 3rd win of the week? Let's find out and rejoin H and Mace.
Very much, Abby. So it's going to be a final run out of the week for Danny Smith, whereas at the end of this one, we don't know whether it will be a finale for Ciaran. Well, if he wins this, he moves on to 14 points, and then he's got to hope that Tony Wood gets the better of David Wawrzewski in our final game of the session. Now, if you look at the form guide for today, all roads point towards a Teehan victory and point towards perhaps a comprehensive Teehan victory at that. But there was a couple of signs in that game against Tony Wood for Danny Smith. Okay, he lost it 4-1, but he had a 1-4-1 checkout, as Abby alluded to in the intro to this one, and he played a little bit better in that one. He's grown into the day, but it has been a case of too little, too late for him. And so it is Teehan to get us underway to tee up the penultimate game of our afternoon session. But the darting delights don't end there. We're back at 10 o'clock this evening for the conclusion of Group B here at the MODUS Super Series. And I know Chris Mason is very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's a tight group, isn't it? Going into this evening, all to play for. Everybody still
96.
involved, with Lee Budgeon out on top. Steve West, Adam Lipscomb, Fallon Sherrock all on 4 points.
60.
Willie Borland on 2. Remember, it's a group of 5 this evening. Top 3 go through, so 10 matches for your enjoyment tonight, starting at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. Henry will be giving you all of his selections at 8:25 on Sporty Stuff TV on their Greyhound programme.
97.
Which probably means don't back what I'm backing.
Well, you couldn't do any worse than I did last night. One of my 4 came in. It was a 7-4 shot. My nap was an early game between Fallon and Steve West, where I went over 2.5 180s. I thought that was an absolute given, because I thought it had 7 legs in it. 7 legs? How many 180s? Not a single
48.
one. Absolutely incredible.
Aces Acca, everyone.
Yeah, that was not a good...
57. Ciaran, you require
Not a good night.
Teehan here for the first of the 4 legs he needs to par the pressure on Wawrzewski. 6-6.
12.
He's
Then he
okay at
require
141.
131.
And he do 131. 51 tops. That was the way he went.
91.
Yeah, first game up tonight
Ciaran, you
is
require
a
12.
biggie. Steve West takes on Lee Budgeon.
No
Is that potentially a big dart as Ciaran Teehan busts the 6-6 by going just above the wire onto the 13, and so it gives Danny Smith the break chance now. 10.
20.
And so Teehan returns for
Ciaran, you
6-6.
12.
And here's a reprieve for the Irishman. Double 3.
9.
It's an edgy, nervy, tense first leg.
20.
And it is in the hands of Danny Smith. And Teehan, who had opportunity after opportunity to get the leg 1. He had the potential of 6 darts at double. Only a few in the end because of the bust on the 13.
And a defeat here for Teehan, and that's it. We have 3
40.
of our 6 tomorrow night's final. It will be Adam Hunt. Oh, he's been enjoying a couple of days chilling. He won Group A. It'll be Tony Wood. We know he's in.
97.
And it'll be David Wawrzewski, because a defeat here, even if he lost 4-0, he'd still have a better leg difference
26.
than Teehan. But if Teehan wins,
45.
Wawrzewski would have to win against Wood.
81.
And so we'd ask the question, would Wawrzewski have enough to beat Wood?
A bit like that one.
123.
How would you pronounce Edward Woodward's name if you took out all the D's? Iwawuwa.
60.
One for you, that, mate. I've definitely lost it. It's gone. Done.
56.
Can someone please...
I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here.
Can someone please pick Chris Mason up from the commentary box immediately?
$43.
I didn't know I had such an effect on people. One day back and Chris has lost the plot.
It's not you. It's 4 hours sleep in 2 days.
95. 100. Here you require 85.
To level this game up at 1 apiece and to get the break back. 85 for Ciaran Teehan. Well, it's going to have to be... Well, he decides to go treble 17, double 12. He decides to leave the 25 ball route alone. It worked out for him in the fact that he got the treble, but he wasn't successful in the double attempt. And look what he's going to return for again. It's going to be that double 6, which caused him all sorts of rows, caused him all sorts of troubles in the opening leg. Is it going to be friend or foe in leg 2? Friend's the answer that time. And he just looks at it, stares it down and thinks, well, why couldn't you have done that in the first leg as well? Level you out 1 apiece. Team with the darts in leg 3.
Game on. $60. 60. 84.
Meanwhile, out in Germany, shock horror, George Noble's on the stage. It's gone 5-5 between Christopher Tyski and Bradley Brooks.
The noble with the noble. Lovely. I'll just drop him a message about that.
95.
And Bradley Brooks has just missed match darts, and so Ratajski will return. We'll update you more.
Yeah, that'd have been a huge win for Brooks, especially the way Ratajski's been playing, and Brooks, of course, making his first Pro Tour semi-final a matter of days ago. Wow, Ratajski blows it.
So Brooks returns to 32 as Smith looks for a max here.
140. Here you require 170.
Teehan here, the big fish, to get himself in front. What's going to be is Bradley Brooks misses more match darts against Christopher Tyski.
40. Then you require 142.
Not even close, was he?
$86.
Tyski does the business against Bradley Brooks by 6 legs to 5. Meanwhile, here, Ciaran Teehan wants 130 for a 2-1 lead against Danny Smith. Has to find a way towards the left-hand side of the bed for the treble 20. which he couldn't find, and so Smith returned
44.
for the 56 to put
Then he
himself
required
2-1 up,
56.
and well, it would put Ciaran Teehan halfway towards the trapdoor.
36. Ciaran, you require 86.
So 86 for Teehan. He gets another chance, he gets another opportunity. Has been scrappy at times. But you won't care about the scenario if he can get this double 16, which he can't.
54.
Well,
Then he
he's now
required
missed
20.
11 darts at double in the 12 darts at double in the space of 3 legs.
15. Ciaran, you require
But it's becoming like a
32.
plague that is wafting around the live lounge.
Game shot on the third leg, Ciaran Teehan.
Doesn't matter how, doesn't matter why. Teehan's 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, Danny to throw first. Game on. $57. $81.
Mind to play is just under an hour away at the Golden Ticket qualifier in Blackpool. That is available to follow via
43.
Dart Connect on the internet throughout the course of the day. We'll give you more information on who qualifies to face the Power later on this evening when we return for Group B action at
100.
10 p.m. Big names involved in that particular qualifier.
58.
The likes of Neil Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion, Ronnie Baxter, Tony O'Shea, Leonard Gates, Scott Mitchell, Coach Stompe
39.
in action. Over at Viva Blackpool. 80 players all vying for that prize and a place to take on the Power. And of course, our winner last week, Matt Clark, is also going to be in attendance in that one.
$97.
Del Fitton, Mark Dubbridge. The list goes on.
Big field of
140.
quality players, isn't it?
Yeah, 80 players all in all, then I do not want to pick a name to go through that. I think we'll leave ourselves
60.
sat firmly on
Then
the
you require
fence and comfortably on the
103.
fence as well on that one.
Well, I was asked, and I went for Mitchell.
71. Ciaran, you require 124.
There's probably about 12 players you could make a case for. That's the difficult thing about that particular qualifier. And then 1, 2, 4 to go within a leg, and the shake of their head says it all as Smith looks to come back for the 32
44. Then you require 32.
to equalise at 2-2. Has to move across. Can he find a way? Can
No
he
score.
find a way? He almost did.
Very nearly.
Ciaran, you require 80.
Clipping the wire in the upper part of the double 16, treble 20, double 10. Just give himself 20 and top, so just a bit of breathing space, and that's nearly bust.
40. Then you require 32.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Desmond,
Danny
it is.
Smith.
Danny Smith brings it back to 2 apiece. And so for Ciaran Teehan, it's the best of 3 to see whether he's still in with a shout, whether he's
Fifth leg,
still in
Ciaran
with a
to throw
squeak
first.
or
Game on.
qualification through to tomorrow night's final. If Danny Smith, remember, wins this game, then the final match of the session will be a dead rubber
140.
between Tony Wood and David Wawrzewski.
And of course, the financial implications on top of their
100.
appearance fees daily. Guaranteed another £500, of course, for just qualifying for finals night tomorrow night.
135.
And then the opportunity to take away the 5,000 and qualify for the £20,000 the Winner Champions Week.
97.
Not a
Here's the
bad
score,
prize if you can
135.
get it. It's one of the big prizes in the amateur game, and through the team ups of the likes of the ADC system, more and more players are getting the opportunity to play here for that big money.
95.
And this is what it's all about, giving opportunities to players, and the Vault Series has most certainly done that. Now, if you are interested in having a go at that particular tournament,
57.
is at
Ciaran
Dart Circuit on
131.
Twitter for more information on where your local regional Vault Series event is, and you could be playing the likes of Ciaran Teehan on the stage.
Absolutely.
95. 44. Ciaran, you require 36.
Double 18 for 13 data. This would be some way to turn the screw in this match.
2.
Well, he's going to come back. But under how much pressure from Danny Smith?
95.
Some.
Ciaran, you require
So poses the
34.
question, straightforward split. Straight 4. Oh my.
No score.
He has
Then
made a bit of a
require
mess of that.
108.
And so Smith returns for the 108 for 3-2 lead. 48 for tops.
Team Jean
And that
Lefebvre,
could be
Danny
a
Smith.
tide turner as far as Teehan is concerned. Because Danny Smith has taken out a 108 to
Looks like
break
Danny
the
to
throw of the
throw
Irishman.
first.
Lead 3-2, and if he wins his leg, he will eliminate Ciaran Teehan from contention. And have a look at this for a start.
140.
Well, this is absolutely devastating for Ciaran Teehan.
81.
All started to look like it was going his way, didn't it?
60.
There's 17 darts at double in this match, Ciaran Teehan.
In a winning 4-0 start against John Park.
100.
Then the damage was really done against Tony Wood, getting beat 4-0, but bounced back with a 4-3 win over Wawrzewski.
57.
Then got the better of Pete Burgoyne 4-1. He's not done yet.
180. 95. Ciaran, you require 140.
To once again send us the distance.
100. Then he requires
Squares up the tongue, but can Danny
149.
Smith eliminate Ciaran Teehan here? No is the answer, and so he will come back for tops
59.
for a level game.
Ciaran, you require 40.
And it'll effectively be a one-leg shootout for his Super Series life.
20. Then he require 90.
Now missed 20 darts at a double.
78.
You could hear the oohs and the ahs from next door in the practice room.
20.
Yeah. They know the significance of this one.
Double 5, can't afford to miss here.
10.
And so Danny Smith
Then he require
returns
12.
to effectively send David
Game shot
Wawrzewski
and a match,
through.
Danny
And that is
Smith.
exactly what he does. And Ciaran Teehan will be eliminated here. Danny Smith rounds off with a 4-2 victory against the Irishman. Ciaran Teehan, who in the end missed 23 darts at a double in that match. And so Danny Smith will go through, and the man who was the first ever winner underneath this roof will be eliminated. Ciaran Teehan departs the scene here at the Super Series. And so we know who is going to be going through. It's going to be the two players who play in our last match. It's Tony Wood against David Wawrzewski is going to be a victory lap for the pair after this short break.
Our final game of the session then, and there's now nothing riding on it. We already know that Tony Wood will finish top of the Group C table and that David Wawrzewski will be joining him in finals night because of that defeat for Ciaran Teehan last time out. Wawrzewski's 1-2, lost 2 today, and it was looking like it would all come down to this final match of the session, as it did in Group A on Wednesday, of course, but agony for Hightower last time out, losing out in a really edgy affair. Too many missed darts at double, costing him in that pressure situation. 23 missed in total from him. But now, I guess we can sit back, relax, and enjoy the arrows. Over to you, Mason Hage.
What do you mean now we can sit back, relax, and enjoy the arrows? We've been doing it all day, Abby. Tony Wood against David Wawrzewski is going to round off our action here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series. Don't forget, we're back tonight. Group B action getting underway from 10 o'clock, featuring the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick, in action. Now, if you haven't had the opportunity to do so, on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, there is also a link on our Twitter site to it as well. There is an exclusive interview, the first interview with Fallon since her historic 9-dart finish, the first in a PDC event from a female player last weekend. You can tune into that with us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. There's plenty of other bonus content. You can have a listen to Chris Mason talking about his comeback tale.
No comeback, no comeback.
40.
I'm trying to hype. Also, Glenn Durrant on there as well. We're going to have other bits and exclusives with people over the next couple of weeks or so. Plenty of bonus shoulder content here at the Super Series.
Yes, we've got our MODUS Super Series Quickfire 7.
190.
Maybe they're going to treat us to a bit of an exhibition here. It must be a huge relief for both to know that it's job done. I tell you what is impressive. The Tony Wood leg difference, plus 20.
When you look at his games today, he just rattles through them, really, hasn't he? He's only dropped 2 legs for the entirety of the day so far.
Yeah, not bad for the blend naysayers. Got some in and have some kind of critical thing to say about one of the players.
60.
It is Tony Wood, David
100.
Wawrzewski, and
Tony
Adam Hunt
O'Connor,
already through safely
121.
now to Saturday night's final. Our other half of the field, we will find out around about 1:30ish at the latest. He says with hope.
86. David O'Connor, 81.
Double 13.
Game shot of the first
Well, that
leg,
was quick
David
fire.
Wawrzewski.
Well done to our spotter for getting there.
That was a very, very, very quick
Well,
shout
David
to the
to
director there,
Rovers.
wasn't it?
Double 13, double 13.
What, is Owen here already? Down, I said down.
77.
He's here tonight, apparently.
He does leave some big shoes to fill, doesn't he? Boom, boom.
You'll be hearing plenty from him, even if he isn't reffing.
43.
All he's got to do is quickfire 7 questions.
I'll make sure I'm as far
Have you
away
done
as...
yours?
Not yet. I'll make sure I'm as far away as possible for that.
Might be doing yours tonight then, mate.
Oh, I don't mind doing it. I just know that Owen will do his, and every answer will be Kirk. Every answer will be Kirk.
Well, there is one of
97.
what's your favourite thing to eat, so I doubt if you'll go there. Never know.
100.
Never floats your boat, of course.
$60. $81.
First down to a finish in leg 2. Down to 143. Well, I can't leave a finish now, so 6 for David.
60. David O'Connor, 143. $85.
He does have a bit of a man crush on Kirk, though, doesn't he?
Oh, just a bit. Heard he's found a newfound love of train spotting. Apparently his favourite line is that little
59.
one at East Anglia
David
heading up to
O'Connor,
Ipswich.
58.
Tops Wawrzewski. Let's quickly move on.
Game shot of the second
2-0
leg,
lead.
David Wawrzewski.
Wazzie's on fire.
Yeah, 91.09 the average. 2 out of 3 on
Third
the
leg, Tony
doubles.
to throw first. Game on.
All I'm hoping is by this point Lord Sugar is having a application for the next series of The Apprentice, because I don't think we'll make the end of this match.
42.
I don't think I'll get on The Apprentice either. Jeez.
I don't know, have you seen half the people that go on that programme?
I don't watch TV, mate.
Yeah, true.
60.
I have one for decorative purposes only. It's a nice one. It's big. It's 60 inches. Almost as big as Owen's shoes.
$140.
I don't want to see the size of one of his
140.
flip-flops.
Great 140, getting him straight back in the leg and backing up the 140 from Tony.
99. $100. $81. $81. Tony require 139.
Well, David down to the easier finish of the two. It's 3 at a similar target area, where this one's fairly complicated. Tend to see a lot of players start on the 57 on 139, which leaves 82, which gives you options.
David require 120.
There's the single.
78.
Good recovery.
Tony require 115.
We've already seen one of these today from Tony Wood in that win against Danny Smith last time out.
It was to win the match, wasn't it?
And it was. History's not going to repeat itself here, and so Wawrzewski on the
83.
cusp of a 3-0 lead, and perhaps
42.
before you know him, mate, she might be running up to the balcony.
10.
Tell a lie.
Tony require 32.
Well jinxed.
$24.
Well, hang about.
David require
Well,
32.
Tony Wood, who's only lost 2 legs all day before today's game, or this particular game,
Game shot
has
the
lost
third
3
leg,
in the
David
space of 3
Wawrzewski.
legs. And so David Wawrzewski is 3-0 up in a race to 4. And so it could be he
Fourth leg,
who
David
wins his
to
battle
throw
between the
first.
2 qualifiers.
Game on. $135.
Chris Mason has made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abby about everything that we have seen
60.
today here at the MODUS Super Series. Don't forget, we're back tonight from 10 o'clock. The conclusion of Group B, where Lee Budgeon leads the way.
140.
So do join us for all the action from 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV. And don't forget, we're back tomorrow night, 7:30, MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And then we're going to be live from 10 o'clock with you here on Sporty Stuff TV. And we'll have the semi-finals and the final for you from Week 7 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The group stage matches will be available to view courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of live entertainment for you over the course of the next couple of days
86.
or so. But Wawrzewski looking to round things up very quickly here. Doesn't have to think about the bullseye. He can set up, and that's exactly what he intends to do and exactly what he does.
46.
And so Tops, upon his return, to seal a 4-0 win. And in fact, you can get it first start. It may not be too far off the highest average of the day
45.
so far.
David require 40.
So then, Tops, to get the job done, to get the game won, he decides
32.
to split as opposed to burst.
$105. David require
So
8.
double 4 for Wawrzewski for a 4-0 win. Twos never lose.
Game shot
And they
the
don't
match,
for David Wawrzewski.
Wawrzewski.
The man who topped the table overnight will make his way through to tomorrow night's finals. And he will be joined by Tony Wood, who is the group winner despite that 4-0 win for Waddy there. So an 84.68 is the average, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, the checkout ratio. And so we now know half of our field is going to compete in tomorrow night's finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We'll find out the second half that's going to make their way through from 10 p.m. tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But one final job for us to do right now, and that's to hand up over to the balcony and to Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, H. Of course, there is no way of knowing whether Wawrzewski would have been able to have performed like that had there been anything riding on it. But a good end to proceedings here in Group C anyway. Let's bring up the table and have confirmation of how things ended. Tony Wood, I have to say, he was coming up here so frequently, checking on the table, checking what the situation was, but it didn't hinder him at all, knowing what sort of pressure was on him. So impressive.
Yeah, I think he was relieved to know going into that final match there was nothing riding on it, and it was just a case of going through the motions. And that's David Wawrzewski, of course, and Tony Wood was already home and hosed at that point. I mean, prior to that, 14 points and a leg difference of plus 20 shows how dominant he was over the course of 2 days. It wasn't the best quality today. Again, I think a little bit of fatigue and a lot of players under pressure, including Ciaran Teehan and Pete Burgoyne, who were within touching distance of maybe qualifying for tomorrow night's final. But for me, the best 2 players qualified.
Yeah, penny for the thoughts of Ciaran Teehan, because so close, and he'd been really clinical up until that final match.
Yeah, absolutely. He was picking up wins, big wins as well, 4-0s and 4-1s, got himself into a great position, and that just shows you how tight these groups are. One mistake, one slip up, and it just all went wrong.
Yeah, let's bring up the bracket slide then. 3 players already through to finals night. Adam Hunt, of course, the winner of Group A on Wednesday. Tony Wood and David Wawrzewski have joined him from Group C. Group B reaches its conclusion this evening. Steve West, well, we've seen him here already this morning, haven't we? Just taking in the surroundings. I don't know whether you spoke to him, whether he's just not sleeping or what. I don't know why you turn up.
Yeah, he just said they had a good sleep until about 10 o'clock, and you know, rather than sort of go out and potentially eat in or doing whatever, thought he'd spend a couple of hours up here, and then he'll go back to the hotel, chill out for a couple of hours, and be back over for probably around 7 o'clock. He likes to get in early and get the practice in.
Lee Budgeon leads the way. Just quickly, your 3 players to come through. Fallon Sherrick, you giving her a chance of making it through?
Yeah, the way she played last night. If she can, that sort of middle match form where she was well into the 90s on every game, if she finds that kind of form tonight, I think she's got every chance. I think everybody is still in with a chance tonight, even Willie Borland on 2 points.
Right then, we look forward to reaching the conclusion of Group B from 10 p.m. this evening. Make sure you come and join us for that.